the folks outside. On Saturday we slide. Would you take my side? Could you be my guy? Mr. Robinson is bright. A vote for him is right. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? My neighbor type. Through the highs and lows and field is where the love still grows. The streets are calling loud. We're laughing through the crowd. Hand in hand we'll fly underneath the sky. Mr. Robinson is bright. A vote for him is right. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? My neighbor type. Through the highs and lows and field is where the love still
Yo. Oh, y'all caught me in the middle of my get hype session. You know what I'm saying? Y'all saw me. I gave y'all a little sneak peek at the mayor getting crazy. Y'all caught a sneak peek of the mayor getting crazy. What up, though? It's late, but it's also the weekend, so I could be late. You know what I mean? Planning for a huge week next week. Super excited about what I got going on, but I definitely wanted to come back live tonight, y'all, and talk to y'all about what it is, what it ain't, and what it was, and what it can't be, what it can never be, y'all. Super excited again, like I said, to be able to talk to y'all directly. I'm gonna give y'all time to get up here. Please share. I know it's late and some people might be sleeping already or out in the street. Some people might be outside. I think that's what the young folk be saying. But I wanted to talk a little bit about some national politics. I want to talk about some national politics, but I also want to talk about some more local politics, because it seems like Halifax County is on fire right now with a lot of stuff. And maybe that fire is building or burning away some stuff that should have been burnt away so that we can make something anew. Maybe out of all of this craziness and all of this noise, something better comes for all the people that call Halifax County home. Maybe that happens. So while I don't wish anybody struggle or find joy in people dealing with frustrating moments, maybe what's going on in Roanoke Rapids, and I want to talk about that a little bit, builds a better Roanoke Rapids for everybody. Maybe what's going on in with our school district builds a better school district for Halifax students, the students that go to Halifax County school districts, because if you don't know, we have 3 school districts in our county. Maybe what's going on in infield yields a better infield for everybody. And let me start by saying a couple things. The first thing is, if you have not noticed, I am 3 things, if nothing else. The first thing is, I am proud of my blackness. Super proud of it. And that does not equate, my black pride does not equate to white pride in the sense that it means I hate white people. Loving myself does not require me to hate white people. To the contrary, there are some white people in my life that I absolutely love. Also, I still recognize, because I love humanity, I still am obligated to recognize the truth about certain things in American history and in life in general. So on this podcast journey that I'm on, you will always hear me telling the truth about race until race is not a truth that need to be told anymore. For those of us who wish to be race neutral, for those of us who wish that race was not a topic all the time, I say to you then, do something about the systems that continue to pervade and allow and enforce and reinforce racist ideas. Do something about the systems that pick and choose people based on their race. Don't get angry at the people that are talking about race. It is illogical for us to act and show up in this manner and believe that there's growth because no one is talking about it. Just because you feel comfortable when people don't talk about race does not mean that the problem does not exist. It just means someone is appeasing your feelings. If you care about humanity, you shouldn't be cared about your feelings as much as you are justice and equity and humanity. So I say, let's argue for the greater good. I'm not asking anybody to agree with everything I'm saying. That's ridiculous. That's Trump-like. And to believe that I disagree with you simply because you are a Republican is to say, especially on the local level, because I don't get caught up on the local level with what's going on as much as I do on the national. On the national level, something completely different. I do know that in our local politics, there are things that happen that are truly nonpartisan, and I see Republicans in Halifax County showing up in ways that are completely different than their national party for the benefit of our people. That is a fact, and I would be lying if I didn't tell that fact. That is not to say that I would ever vote for a Republican because of the stuff they allow their party to get away with. That is not what I would do. It is to say that I am not fooled to believe that first of all, that politics makes someone my enemy simply because of their partisan association. I'm not that guy. I am also not one that's easily fooled by bullshit, meaning you cannot convince me of something that I already know. I very rarely speak on something that I've not researched to ensure that I'm not making myself look like an idiot, because what I don't have is the luxury of speaking solely for me, because I'm a black man in America, and every time I open my mouth, I'm speaking on behalf of all black people. Unfortunately, that's how America has set this system up. We speak on behalf of everybody, even when everybody don't agree with us. And I think, what's up, no justice, no peace? And I think we need to get comfortable with that idea that race was not created by black people. And because I talk about it, it does not mean I hate white people. That is not what I'm doing. I am pointing out the truth so that we all can operate from an equal standpoint. So, and that's the first thing. I absolutely love my blackness. It does not require me to hate white people. That's the first thing. The second thing is I'm a nerd. So if I'm talking about it, you better know you're not gonna trick me with your talking points or what the algorithm fed you last week, or something you done heard about. Don't even try to run one thought or something you chat GPT last week past me, like I'm not gonna dig deep or ask you for your sources or check you when you're wrong. It's just not gonna work out. And the last thing you should know about me is that I love Halifax County. It's home. It raised me. I'm a product of Halifax County Public Schools. I know people from kindergarten to now, those that are still living, that I spent my entire childhood with. Those people, a lot of them are still in the same county we grew up in. So when I don't speak up on their behalf, I feel like a hypocrite for that reason, and also because whiteness had an effect on my mom in a way that it may not affect everybody. My mom was one of those people who was sprayed with a water hose simply for missing or being somewhere she was not supposed to be at a certain time because she was black. And every time I sit silent when someone is being oppressed or someone has been attacked unjustly, I feel like I'm letting her down. I ain't big on letting my mom down. I don't know if I'm a mama's boy, but I damn sure love my mama. Boy, do I love my mama. So there's that. And in that vein, I wanted to do something that hopefully that can shed light to my sisters and brothers of lighter hue that don't understand what it's like to be black, because America has never forced you to see or find value in blackness, even though we are forced to digest whiteness at every aspect of life. Even, for instance, if a black woman goes to a CVS looking for stockings and she get a nude color, it's not going to be her complexion probably. It's probably going to be something suited for somebody lighter. I know that's small and minute, but it's a point of things as small as nude stockings let you know that what is considered skin tone is not for you. And that's just an approximation of what America does and how it shows up through policy and also through systems as it pertains to being black in these United States. So I thought what I would do is I would remind people that before this experiment called the United States, there was no united Europe. Don't let these people fool you. There was no united Europe, right? Europe was, if you were in France, you were French. If you were in England, you were English. If you were in Italy, you were Italian. If you were in Russian, you were Russia. If you were in Russia, you were Russian. If you were in Germany, you were in Germany. And you were German. It wasn't until black people became a part of their daily structure or ethos that they united around this thing called whiteness. It didn't exist in Europe before America. And it didn't even exist when they first came over here. It was just elites. White elites created this idea of white and black to separate Africans and European servants. Poor European people were being played. I don't know if I can separate, and this is what I'm talking about, local politics. I don't know if I can separate the mayor of Roanoke Rapids' wife's statement from this idea, or the mayor responded to me. And what the mayor said was, because I said to him, you should just listen to your people, meaning the people in Roanoke Rapids, white and black, and see what they're saying to you. And you know, because I'm a firm believer that racism is an act. People have a choice. Somebody could be the best ally to black people and then do or say something that is racist. And in that moment, they are racist. Racist is not a permanent state. It is directly linked to actions. And I think people don't understand that. When you hear the word racist, a lot of the time, people think of the Klan. Or they think about neo-Nazis or people who use the N-word. But I'm telling you, there are levels of racism. Sitting idle sometimes in the face of your friends making jokes when there are no black people around that are inappropriate is also an act of racism. So I think people forget that racism is not just those people who burn crosses. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, so I appreciate that. No justice, no peace said I'm one of her biggest influences in getting to his learning African American. I appreciate that. That means a lot. But yeah, let me just say that responses. The mayor's response to me, the mayor of Roanoke Rapids' response was, well, he said, I watched your live, and that's part of the reason I wrote this long statement. He watched my live, and that made him write this long statement where he defended his wife. Listen, that man is married to that woman, and I get that he feels like he needs to protect her. I do. I absolutely do. But the fact that my response to her racism made him want to write a long post on Facebook is interesting because her racism didn't make him want to write a long post on Facebook. And in his long post on Facebook, he did not criticize her at all. He made excuses for her. He made excuses for her. So my thing is, what people will do, and I catch this a lot, not just around race, but when I'm talking to people and calling them out on craziness as it pertains to like politics in general, including the Democratic Party, they'll criticize my tone. I call them tone police. They'll criticize how I respond to them. Oh, he was cursing. Oh, he was unprofessional. How do you respond professionally to racism? What is the professional response to racists? And so my response to the mayor was, I don't do political niceties. My grandmother did. I don't do quiet or passive or going along to get along. My grandfather did. I do out loud so everybody will know that in the face of racism, I said something. I didn't sit silent. That was my response. I also told him maybe spend this energy trying to hear your people so y'all can move beyond this point. But after I responded to the mayor, I got to thinking that like there's no disconnect in that response and what the white elite did. I don't know if you all are familiar with Bacon Rebellion. I will definitely do a session, or I will definitely talk about Bacon's Rebellion in an episode next week or some other time. But I promise you, if you have some time this weekend, if you Google or whatever search engine you use, Duck or Safari or whatever, Ask Jeeves, whatever, Yahoo, whatever you use. If you Google Bacon Rebellion, you will see how the elites weaponize poor whiteness and blackness unifying to take down the elite. Because at Bacon Rebellion, what happened was Africans and poor Europeans got together and were about to torch the whole damn city because they were being unfairly treated. And what the elites realized is they could never have poor white people partnering with black people ever to rise up against them, because that type of confrontation threatened everything that they were building, which was exploitative, which was an exploitive system where they just kept getting more and more and more and more and more. And what has come from that system is that white elites created this idea of racism. Listen to me. White elites, not black people, not poor white people, but white elites spent tons of times, centuries, creating this narrative or constructing race as a tool for assigning power and privilege and blame and belonging. Listen to me. These are the tools of white supremacy: power, privilege, blame, and belonging. They are weaponized to make this nasty cocktail we call America racism. And now it's across America. It is. So whenever black people, like whenever I name racism against what the mayor in what the mayor's wife said, whenever I name it, I'm accused of bringing up race or bringing race into a conversation that wasn't about race. That's the blame part of it. When I tore down the Confederate monument, I was blamed for making race an issue. Not the fact that the state, North Carolina, literally said, where's my phone? I want to read to you all, if you don't mind, because I don't do this often, but I want to read. You see, racism. Well, I'm not even gonna put racism. I'm gonna Google language from. I'm Googling language from the Southern states secession documents. Now, People would tell you all the time that the Confederate War was not about slavery. It was about Northern aggression. But secession that is the act of Southern states leaving the United States to form the Confederate States of America. When they seceded, they didn't do it quietly. They left with letters. And I'm going to read just a little bit from a few of them, and you try to tell me that it wasn't about slavery. I'm going to use their words, not what people said 30, 40 years after the Confederate. People trying to rewrite history. I don't want to hear what they have to say. Hear what was said in the instance when they left the Union, not what people revisited or remade it to believe, those who say it's about heritage and not hatred. Listen to what their heritage had to say about that Confederate flag and the Union. Let's see. Let's start with Show Mississippi. Y'all bear with me because this is important. It's January the 9th, 1861. Mississippi officials, none of those officials were black, wrote an ordinance for secession. An ordinance to dissolve the union between the state of Mississippi and other states, united with her under compact entitled the Constitution of the United States of America. They are divorcing the Constitution of the United States of America. I'm going to go straight to the section of it. So you can say that Mundell made nothing up. Where's the declaration? Give me 1 second. I don't want to make up nothing. I don't want to misquote anybody because whoever wrote it, they need to hear it. And I need y'all to bear with me because this is important to what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is important. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Bear with me, y'all. Primary source. I'm at the National Constitution Center for anybody that wants to know what my source is. He's a primary source. Summary. 4 more southern states, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, joined the original 7 in secession after Lincoln announced his action to new Confederacy. These are excerpts from Mississippi. We are defending the institution of slavery. We are defending the institution of slavery is the line I wanted y'all to know. We are defending the institution of slavery. Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. And a blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and civilization. That blow has been long aimed at the institution and was the point of reaching consummation. There was no choice left for us but submission to the mandates of abolition or a dissolution of the Union. Now, in bold letters, hostility to slavery has grown over time. Those fighting against slavery oppose the right to property in man, oppose slavery in the federal territories, oppose any new slave-holding states, refuse to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act, promote slave rebellions, and support African American equality. Mississippi went on to say that in doing so, they breach their obligation to us. Their goal is to destroy slavery, but confining it to where it already exists. They're not just fighting or separating from the United States because of slavery. They are mad because they can't expand to other territories. I don't care what you think you know about your granddaddy's or your great granddaddy's legacy. This is their words. This is what written. This is what was said January the 9th, 1861. So I don't care what you learned in your rules or your textbook in 1956 or 68 or 79 or 85. It was not a war of northern aggression. It was a war that the northern states were refusing to expand slaveholding states. And they said hostility to slavery has grown over time. We are defending the institution of slavery. That's Mississippi document. That's their words. That's their words. Let me give you another state. Let's try Georgia. Georgia seceded in March 1861. He gave the cornerstone speech. He being Alexander Stephens. If you don't know who Alexander Stephens was, he was the Confederates vice president. And you know, they called him the brightest of men. But he was the one that said that the war, here Stephens, he said, he tied slavery to race. Slavery to race, meaning black people were made by God to be slaves. That Confederacy was not merely chattel slavery, but also the assumption of the racial and ethnic superiority of the ruling class and the utter inferiority of blackness. So when I tore down the Confederate flag, that's two states. Should I name another one? In case y'all still want to believe it was about a northern aggression, these documents exist. And people will be like, well, North Carolina didn't say that in their ordinance, and we didn't, to be clear. But what we did was, when Abraham Lincoln, because North Carolina didn't secede when Georgia did, or when Virginia did, or whatever. But what North Carolina said was, when Lincoln sent soldiers to fight the Confederate, North Carolina said, oh, hell no, we can't have you fighting against the Confederate states with soldiers. So then they seceded in support of the Confederacy. So again, I said all acts of racism is not burning crosses and saying the N-word. Some of them are supporting racists. North Carolina supported racists, and in that act, that makes you two racist. So much so that you were willing to leave the United States to support those states who were fighting to continue to hold my people as enslaved folk. This happened. This happened in real life. So when people try to tell me that the Confederate monument that was in my town was doing nothing to anybody or causing nobody harm, I'm confused. Because if you know anything about epigenetic trauma, you know that through your not your DNA, but your RNA, trauma can be passed down from your ancestors. This was found out through our Jewish brothers and sisters who were descendants of people who went through the Holocaust. They themselves didn't survive the Holocaust, but they had PTSD from what their ancestors went through. So if they had PTSD for the 7 or what, how many ever years the Holocaust lasted, what has 400 years of America done to black people? Doing to black people. So that Confederate monument was a reminder, even if people knew what it meant or not, to your DNA, to your soul, especially since on the left side of that thing, it had a copper water fountain that said white only. A 10-foot marble statue in a town that is 90+% black. And a beautiful poem to Confederacy. And when I tore it down, my actions got policed. Literally, the SBI investigated me. Death threats began. And I got labeled, even by people in my own community, some of them black, as a troublemaker. As a troublemaker. So when I hear the mayor of Roanoke Rapids policing my tone, rather than policing his wife's racism, I'm not shocked. I'm saddened, and I'm also empowered to continue to talk up, because it seems that some of my people believe, because I've seen a lot of comments on the post supporting him and his wife. And all I know is that's just telling me a lot of my neighbors still believe that white people should have the right to say anything they want to about black people. And then the first thing they'll say is, oh, it's protected speech. It is. But protected speech sometimes and all times come with consequences that you are forced to suffer. You are obligated to suffer through those protected speech, those consequences. You have to live through those. Having protected speech does not mean you don't have to deal with the consequences of it. And this idea that black people are the problem, it's kind of like, think about this. Imagine an arsonist. An arsonist? Yes, an arsonist. Set your house on fire. And it's burning. Then that same person that set your house on fire start accusing you of being obsessed with fire. And all you want to talk about is smoke. That's what it's like to have white people tell me as a black person to stop talking about race. The mayor's wife publicly claimed that black people ruin Roanoke Rapids. I did not introduce race into the conversation. She did. I responded forcefully because blaming an entire race of people for the condition of a town is not an innocent comment. That is not innocent. That is intentional. It is plainly stated racism. It is racism. Now her husband appears more offended by my harshness than her racism. That is an old maneuver. That is the arson blaming me for talking about the smoke. That's what they used to do. Shift the attention away from what was done to black people and place black people's reaction on trial. Well, why he had to do it that way, why he couldn't say it politely, why he couldn't be nice. So the original problem, the original offense, her racism disappears, right? It's gone because the real problem is how Mundell responded. And then there's no reason or refusal of accepting responsibility on her part, because the only problem that we need to talk about is my tone. And here's what I offer. Debate my tone. I'm willing to have that conversation with any and everybody. But that tone conversation or that debate will not erase the reason that prompted it. I won't allow it. I'm just not built like that. I didn't create the fire. The fire is the reason for the smoke. I'm talking about the smoke. I just named who struck the match. Her right there. She struck the match. That's all I said. If he wants to demonstrate or talk about what leadership looks like, he should stop attempting to blame me for responding and get clear or state clear if he believes that black people ruin Roanoke Rapids. That's the question that he needs to be responding to. Everything else is a distraction. Everything else is a distraction, people. I wouldn't lie to you. Everything else is a distraction. Everything else is a distraction. Now, if he watched my lives, he should know. If he's a well-meaning person, he can't even pretend that he believes that I hate white people. And nobody with good intentions believe that. Not a single soul. Even the ones in town who try to pretend that they think I hate white people. When they catch me by myself, or when I catch them, or when I catch them by themselves, they're different people. They want to speak to me in the corner of the store. When it's me and them by the ice. When it's 1 o'clock and they ain't know I was going to be walking down the street to go get my coffee. At night. They want to speak. Or when I name them in my lives for being nice to me. And they want to hide or deny that they had a conversation. We don't start these fires, but we're obligated to talk about them because you people will have us dead and then tell everybody we enjoyed it. I don't want to die and people believe that I enjoyed it. I want to tell the truth about what is going on. Speaking of truth about what's going on, let me tell y'all something. What's going on at our school board, it's not sitting well with me. The fact that that attorney who contract ended, I know I switched real quickly, but I'm over that Roanoke Rapids situation. I think unless that mayor want to have a real conversation with me about race, where he's trying to learn or his wife is trying to learn, then I think he can go back to his space because I'm back in mine where I don't need to talk to him ever again because what he thought was that he was going to tell me the way I responded was not leadership. I could have tried to bring them together. What in the hell do I want to be together with someone who believes that black people ruin a town? She had no complaints for all those bad white people who own buildings that are falling down on themselves. She has no complaint for the system, the city itself, for its failures. The only thing she knows is that black people moved the town and ruined it. Here's what I would ask. In a county that is majority black, where were black people at before? She told you in her life, she liked it better when black people were segregated. That's what her statement is saying. She preferred segregated world. And it was no mistake. She typed hood in all caps. She ain't misspoke. Nobody misunderstood her words. So stop saying that. But that school board and that attorney smacking his hand on the desk at a woman of color, this white man in a county that had several plantations, in a county whose history is so deep and tied to black freedom. Watch this white man scream at this black or this woman of color as if she had better know her place. And she was an elected official. And then to add butter to it, their side call. Y'all listening to this? This is what they did. They ran from that from that board meeting, not the town meeting, the Halifax School District board meeting, and call Raleigh. Oh, y'all didn't think I knew people in Raleigh? You didn't think somebody was going to tell me what y'all did? You didn't think I was going to find out that y'all called to Raleigh and try to paint a narrative like y'all were the victims? But I know people. And people know me. And people told me the narrative y'all was trying to paint when y'all called up there. So y'all go up here again, starting fires and then run and after you threaten a black school board for a district that is damn near 90+% black. Well, you threaten to bring the state school board in to police them. You threaten to bring the state police board in, or the state police the state school board to police them. That's what you threaten. You threaten these people. These people are duly elected by this county. Duly elected. So basically what you're saying is, I got somebody that can tell these country folk what their place is, even if they think they're uppity. The problem is, you don't know who I'm connected to. You don't know how those conversations came back to me. So y'all are real sneaky. But just know that everything you try to tie and make happen today, I damn sure try to untie and unmake it happening. That's crazy to me that in 2026, someone would actually do everything that they say that's not happening. It's not about race. Then why is that white attorney slamming his hand on the desk and putting his hand in the face of a black woman or a woman of color? I keep saying black. That sister may be native, so I don't want to misspeak. Either way, she's a woman of color. And even if she wasn't a woman of color, that man's hand did not belong to her face. And he damn sure shouldn't be smashing his hand on the desk. That happened. Right after he sat silent while right beside a board member that was misquoting the law. And then they run up to Raleigh and try to paint a picture that ain't real. So this is what I'm telling my people. I'm telling my people this. And when I say my people, I'm talking about those that are not elected, that are represented by elected officials who are trying to find out what's going on at our school district. I'm talking to you all. And here's what I'm saying to you all. We are on watch. We about to be on call because they're going to try everything in their power to have Raleigh take our school district. They're going to try to make your vote mean nothing, just like they redrew your district. And I told the person I was talking to today, if y'all want to make a spectacle out of Halifax County, if you want the national news all over Halifax County, if you want to be on the front page of papers, come down here trying that shit you want to. Ain't nobody sitting back anymore letting y'all paint narratives that ain't real. People aren't going to do that anymore. Those days are long gone where we sat silent because you might have took our job. Those days are long gone where we sat silent because we was afraid the mob might come knock on our door. Those days are long gone where we had to say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, without making eye contact. It's a new day, and we want answers. And if answers are wrong, then we need to change the Constitution. We need to change the Constitution. Speaking of Constitution, can somebody tell me what the hell is going on with y'all president? What's up with y'all president? It's cruelty his love language? We find out today that our president actually left his staff a pilot that's in the military, 2 of them at least, and reporters from America, his press corps, on a plane that they knew had a credible threat from Iran. And he snuck off the plane and didn't tell them. And they flew back from Turkey, even though those people had a credible threat, so much so that they put him on a military jet and left people up there. They were willing to let these people get killed? Because if it's a credible threat and you pull the United States president off of that plane in Turkey, that plane shouldn't have took off. Or you should have at least let those people know that it was a credible threat against that plane and they're sitting up there being used as target practice. This is your so-called American first president. It seems like it's Donald Trump and nobody else. They took the president off of the plane because they knew it was a credible threat from Iran on his life. They snuck him off, and the people in the press corps and his staff did not know. And they took that and they let that jet take off and fly overseas, risking those people's lives. And after the president was even safe, they still didn't even, they try to cover it up and didn't tell the American people. This got leaked by the by the Associated Press. This got leaked by the Associated Press. They didn't tell the people. What happens to the people need to know what's going on with the president of the United States. What else are they not telling us? What else are they not telling us? Did you know that we are so unsafe? We are more unsafe than we've ever been as a nation. Not just our food, and I'm going to talk about that too. Not just our health and vaccines, and I'm going to talk about that too, because that vaccine schedule is something that's serious. Not just that. Not just our politics and our democracy. Not just that. We are so unsafe. Our military. We have people trying to commit suicide jumping off the side of Navy ships because they've been at sea so long. They are living in unhealthy spaces. People don't have basic necessities to survive in our Navy. And this guy is trying to build a ship named after him, a Donald Trump class a ship. And we can't even feed and take care of the sailors who's been at sea way too long for a war of his choice. Y'all love veterans so much. Why y'all ain't screaming about the way that these Navy veterans, these Marines who are on that ship as well, are being treated? People standing in line 3 and 4 hours on a ship for basic necessities. We've confined them to be just like the brothers and sisters who have been snatched up without papers, and sometimes people with papers being snatched up. Why aren't we talking about that? You guys care so much about conservatism. Why aren't you talking about all the money Donald Trump is wasting? Today marks a year anniversary since 4,200 plus National Guard people have been over around the city of DC. And what do we know now? Violent crime is ticking up. And Donald Trump is out here lying, telling people that DC is safer. The crime rate's a little higher in DC right now. And we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on this stupid operation, which he just extended until January 2029, which is when he leaves. It's because he's so afraid of everything, including his shadow. If you know anything about DC, you could get so much closer to the White House than you can now. You used to be able to walk right in front of the White House, take your picture, and go to keep on walking or stay out there. And people used to stay out there, sleep out there, play the drums out there. It was the People's Square. Now you can't even get in there. It's a fortress. The park in front of the White House is not open to the public. It's caged in. He lives in a cage inside of a cage, the gilded cage. He is the let him eat cake president. Why aren't we asking questions about why do we have a Pentagon asking for $1 trillion? But we have used, listen to me, y'all, we have used half of the world's Patriot missiles fighting Iran, a country that they said they defeated on day one, a military that they said they had completely wiped out. Before this war, ships could traverse the Strait of Hormuz freely. Now, Iran controls it. We gave them more power than they ever had, more negotiating power than they ever had. There's no incentive for Iran to sit and negotiate with us now because they see that they can shoot up cheap drones and do whatever they want with us. As we continue to put this country in jeopardy, fighting a war that is not constitutional, a war that has not been approved by the Congress of the United States of America. Yet we sit idle as your president walks around and put gold stamps everywhere, spend money on swimming pools and his friends, giving no bid contracts to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars to his friends. And we allow it because we say nothing. We say nothing. And what I mean by we say nothing is we allow these same succubus, scum, swamp rabbit people in Congress to hold on to their jobs. If we meant serious business, we would unelect everybody that supports Donald Trump that's up for re-election this cycle. If we were serious, if this country was serious about democracy, we would not allow this person to tell us that we do not have enough money to afford pre-K, for them to be cutting the pre-K services, to be cutting scholarships and Pell Grants, all while they're bumming the hell out of a country because the president wanted to, with no strategic end in sight. And Americans might not know this, but we lost this war. We've already lost this war. And I don't understand, for people that want to talk about how great this country is, I swear we must not have passports. We must not be connected to the rest of the world, because all of the facts that say that America is not as great as we believe it is. If we look at our rankings, if we're being honest with ourselves about who we are and who we are not, we cannot pretend that America the Great is America the Great. Or why this guy who said he was going to end the Ukrainian-Russian war, it should be Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine, he was going to end it on the first day. Why is it still going on? This person who said no new wars, why did he launch 2 new wars? And don't act like what happened in Venezuela was not a war. Because it was. You might not call it a war, but it was. You snatched the president of a nation, a duly elected, I guess he was duly elected, president, and his wife. That's a war. That's an act of war. If somebody did it to this country, we would call it war. It's war. We know it's war. Also, let's be clear about who and what we ain't. We are not serious. We made Robert Kennedy the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. Do y'all know how stupid that is? Do you know what his defense? Do you know what his defense in his last, or why he couldn't pay his wife, his ex-wife, alimony? Do y'all remember what his defense was? I'm talking about in real life in court, what that man told the judge. He could not pay alimony. This is what he said, not me. This is what he said. He could not pay alimony because a worm got into his brain and ate a portion of his brain. In real life, that man said a worm ate a portion of his brain, and we got him leading our decisions on health. This man heard about, in real life, I'm not lying to y'all, heard about a whale coming on shore in Massachusetts, got in his car with his kids and drove from New York to go up there. The thing was dead. His daughter told this story. This is nothing some strange person said before he was in this position. His daughter told this story. He went and got the carcass, put it on top of the car, and drove down the highway. She said the guts and all types of juices was leaking all over the car. That man is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. What the hell is going on? It's funny, except for it's not. It's not. If you look at the wealthiest nations in this country, we already spend more than any of them per person. That's because all of the other developed nations have universal health care. Our life expectancy for spending more money is 2.5 years less. How the hell are we the greatest country in the world? Roadkill Robbie is correct. Not just Roadkill Robbie. When the man got to DC, he was in a park. He was out swimming in the Potomac doing crazy with jeans on. So he don't just drink milk in the sauna with jeans with Kid Rock. He apparently goes swimming in off of Rock Creek doing the same thing. The guy's a loony bin. But we think we play with science and life. We now have this guy questioning measles, mumps, and rubella, the MMR vaccinations, and trying to divide it up into 3 instead of 1. Guys, this year, the United States has more measles cases than any time ever in the last 35 years. Y'all got Donald Trump, who everybody knows is stupid. Donald Trump has to be without question, the dumbest president we've ever had. And that's saying a lot because Ronald Reagan was president. Donald Trump is dumber than Ronald Reagan. Donald Trump is dumber than Ronald Reagan, and we have him as president. The world cannot take us serious because we are not serious. Our child poverty rate is 26%. And we're spending money on war like it's going out of style and telling people that are hungry, people that are working, that they're lazy or that they need to figure out how to survive off of less. Donald Trump gave a tax break to Elon Musk and cut people's food stamps while he was doing it. Donald Trump gave a tax cut to Jeff Bezos while he cut people's health care. Jeff Bezos got so much money that he was about to pay for a 100-year-old bridge to be moved in Washington State so his yacht could fit under that bridge. He was going to build the bridge higher. An individual was going to build a bridge bigger so his yacht could fit under it. And Donald Trump gave him a tax cut. But your grandmother on Medicaid is now paying for medicine that was free last January before he came into office. Denmark's child poverty rate is 9.9. We are more than doubled them. Twice as high as Denmark. 26%, y'all. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about what it's 30 or so rich nations, what they used to call first world nations, or now they call them developed nations. We're like 17th. We're not fucking amazing. Actually, we're not even freaking amazing. Actually, we're not even amazing. We're supposed to have a multiracial democracy, but we are constantly trying to restrict people of color from having access to the ballot. No one is fooled by what happened this year in the middle of a census tract 5 years in. We redraw districts, said nobody ever until now. And out of those districts, the people who was impacted the most was the movement of black people. That's cracking, stacking, and packing districts. That's gerrymandering for racial purposes. But we have a Supreme Court that is idle and fat off of lies. John Roberts has his entire career been trying to do just this, gut the Voting Rights Act. He tried when he was a lawyer at the Justice Department under Ronald Reagan, the other dumb president. But they stayed the course. And 40 some years later, he's the Supreme Court justice, not just any. He's the Chief Justice. And what is he able to do? Exactly what he spent his entire career trying to do. Dismantle the Voting Rights Act. So if the Voting Rights Act, as we know it, Section 2 and 5 have been gutted, then that means we are less safe, black people, than we were when it passed in the 60s. And if we say, because we know it's true, that the vote is the most sacred of all rights, it is the one right that all other rights rest upon. In a democracy that you get to elect your representation without the ability to truly have a vote that counts, are you even a part of that democracy? Or said another way, is it even a democracy? Is it even a democracy? No justice, no peace. I am not interested in running for higher office. I think I'm, yeah, I don't even think I'm not. It's, yeah, I'm frustrated until we get serious. Like, I feel like our party, people that are progressive, we don't demand what we should when we think of power, of how they use power. So we think power is a dirty word. I don't believe power is a dirty word. If you're using power to benefit people, address people's problem, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think that's a great thing, actually. I think, however, people on our side, we are so afraid to take power that when we get it, we just squander it. So what I think is we need to get comfortable with the idea that we need power so that we can do the opposite of what they do with power. We can address people's problem, whether they vote for us or not. You can't tell me that Donald Trump's not operating in the other way. He's not sending disaster resources to states that were Democratic-led states. And if that ain't enough, you know he's been running around saying how dangerous Baltimore and Chicago and New York is, right? Oh, these blues, they're dangerous. That's what he keeps saying. They're dangerous. But now these places are having record number lows, crime-wise. New York crime rate is lower than it's ever been. Chicago, Baltimore, lowest crime rate ever. You know what Donald Trump went out there and did today? He's been blaming Democrats for the crime in these blue cities on the trail. He went to a group of police officers in New York at a police academy and took credit for the low crime rate in New York. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Either these places are shitholes and crime infested, or you're just playing with people. And we know what the answer is. We know that he's playing the same game elites have always played. They are dangling over white people this idea that your whiteness sets you above the others. The others. But all I ask poor white people is, you don't answer me out loud. Answer yourself in your inside. Is your quality of life better because you get to say the N-word more now? Because you're not worried about getting canceled? Is your quality of life better because Donald Trump is trying to deport your neighbor who has done nothing except for work since you met them just because they're brown? Is your life better because ICE is shooting American citizens in the street on camera? Is your life better because DEI programs have been canceled? Are you safer? Are you safer because of the Iran war? Are your groceries cheaper? Is your gas tank filled for less money? They're not. You don't have to answer. We know the answer. You know the answer. So my question is, how powerful is that drug called whiteness that it allows you to vote against your own interests for a bunch of billionaires who don't give a fuck about you, who don't even see you? They're deploying you as a tool. A tool. Donald Trump is not make America great. How is he so patriotic when he dodged the draft? When he dodged the draft. Donald Trump ran, his dad ran. Matter of fact, his family got to America because his granddad was running from the German war, so he wouldn't have to join the Germany army. So he came here. He don't have no legacy of fighting. He had bone spurs, remember? But he paints himself in a general uniform. Anybody that's been in the military know that's stolen valor, putting himself in a uniform beside some of America's greatest warriors. And we allow it. People in the military, if it was anybody else, you would lose your mind. Veterans stood up and turned their back on Bill Clinton when he was trying to talk to a group of veterans because he dodged the draft. Where's that energy now? The only difference is you guys elected someone that lets you say the most outlandish and nasty shit ever. Are we going to be honest about this? Are we going to be honest about this? None of us are better. None of us are safer because of Donald Trump's shenanigans. And internationally, we look like a group of idiots. The world is asking, how in the hell did Americans reelect Donald Trump? How in the hell did Americans reelect Donald Trump? You hear him. We know how stupid he is. We know how stupid it is to listen to this guy lie to us. In one mouth, in one breath, one side of his face, he'll say something. On the other side, he'll say the completely opposite. And people won't even check him. Y'all know the gas barrels, again, crude, $88, more than $88. Some little change, but it was more than $88 a barrel. You know why? Because Iran is attacking crude ships and limiting who can drive through the strait. That's affecting all of us. It's July. Why is our economy declining? Retail sales declined by more than 0.5% this month. Why? Anybody know why? Because of Donald Trump's war. Because of his economic policies. Because of his infatuation with fucking tariffs that makes no sense to nobody that understands anything about the economy. It's ridiculous. Oh, by the way, if you want to borrow money for a house, this ain't the time. It costs 25-year high to borrow money for a house right now under your president. But you know what Donald Trump will say? Oh, the stock market's doing great. You know what percentage of Americans have money in the stock market? Very few. So anybody out here bragging that the stocks are high, you're doing exactly what the elites need you to do. You ain't benefiting from that. I already told you they're killing us. We had 2,500 cases of measles, y'all. 2,500. That ain't happened in 35 some years, dude. I'm just telling y'all, this is crazy. Watch Donald Trump in the next couple days call Vladimir Putin. You want to know why? Because Putin is pissed off that he found out that some American intelligence has been helping Ukraine, as we should. As we should. But watch Donald Trump call his master. Watch Donald Trump call his master. Watch Donald Trump call his master and make sure that he explains. Or if he don't call him, I bet you he's going to stop Americans from helping Ukraine in any way possible. You see already his belief in Vladimir Putin and his aggression towards Ukraine. You see it. You see it. We see it. We all see it. Yet we sit idle as if it's not real. It costs 25-year high to borrow money to pay for a house. Don't forget, this is the president. Y'all forget? This is the president that refused to sign the bipartisan housing legislation. I don't know what to tell us. I don't know what to tell us. Here's what I do know. I live in one of those states that really represent a Black Americana most people don't talk about. And here's what they about to get scared about. Black rural voters are going to determine the outcome of the Senate race in North Carolina. And for me, that is a powerful place to be in. That is a powerful place to be in. Because all of this BS about spending money in these big cities, in these spaces where people don't really talk and don't show up, it is about to become impossible to win an election in the South without rural Black voters. And to me, that sounds like heaven. That sounds like Mississippi becomes possible. That sounds like Alabama becomes possible. That sounds like Louisiana becomes possible. That sounds like Texas, Georgia, all of them, Arkansas become possible only if people invest. Not with outside DC consultants, not with their friends getting a check, not at the expense of poor people speaking on their own behalves. I'm super excited about what this means. Or we just watch these two-party systems continue to eat itself, themselves. This is not something that we need to pretend about. The voting, the attacks on voting. What's going on with the people who have temporary protected status, the Haitians, the same people they lied on, literally the same people. There's a higher Haitian population in Columbus, Ohio, but they are directly attacking the Black Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, where they said people were eating people's pets and they know damn well it wasn't happening. Now they're making these people wear ankle bracelets or monitors and preparing to deport them. These people who have protected status because if we send them back to their home countries, they would likely be killed. Some of these people are parents to American citizens. Some of these people are pregnant with American citizens or would be American citizens if they were born. These people, passports are being taken. They're being restricted. They can't travel more than 70 miles from their home. Now, here's the stupid ass part. They have to check in more frequently, and the closest place to check in is more than 70 miles away. This is your incompetent government at play. You tell these people they can't travel more than 70 miles, and then the closest place for them to check in is more than 70 miles. Mind you, this is the president that said these places are shithole countries. Oh, and by the way, if it's not barbaric enough that you're putting people in these cages, they're now out here buying new toys of destruction and harm and hurt for your ICE agents. They're going to have gloves that sends a damn shock through people's body. The same people who just put a gun in an American citizen's face because she was recording them. And they were lying, got caught lying because they didn't know she had a camera, talking about she was trying to run them over. And the video footage clearly shows that she was nowhere near them with her car and running them over. They did a defensive maneuver and tried to block her in. Aggressive driving. With a gun directly in her face. Threatening to arrest her for what? Because I thought First Amendment rights mattered to these people. Those gloves will end up killing people. The minute they touch somebody with a pacemaker or somebody with other neurological issues, someone that is sick and elderly, you're absolutely right. That shit is dangerous. And they're out here passing. It's as if cruelty is the mission. We witness American citizens get executed by ICE. We know they're not being trained or properly vetted. We know that people that were guilty of treason on January the 6th are in their ranks. We know this administration with our tax dollars are paying people who are guilty of sedition. All while Trump get rich as shit. Oh, did I tell y'all that black unemployment rate is across 10%? In Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, in the space where he said it's so beautiful and life is so great. In the nation capital, black people are 10% unemployed. And most of it is driven by what? Donald Trump's layoff of the federal government. Tragic. Oh, did I tell you? Black home ownership is declining. Don't tell me it ain't about race. Don't tell me it ain't about race. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. We're out here simultaneously being courted, blamed, contained, and denied access to systems that we fought so hard for. People believe that home ownership through federal backed loans has been available to black people since the government created those programs. That is not the case. Access to those programs for black people is a new thing. Redlining was a federal policy. HUD would not back a loan that you gave to a black community. That's what redlining came from. That's how the ghettos were created. They funded or they backed loans for white people to get houses, and they refused to do that in black communities. So when you got the backing of the federal government for loans, and when you tell banks they cannot give money, and then we know that there was no middle class in America until after World War II, when they created the GI Bill, when they created these housing subsidies, then we start to see how this wealth gap expanded and continues to expand, coupled with what's going on now. We got redistricting systems that are weakening the black vote. North Carolina passed a budget for the first time in 2 years, and unemployment rate went higher because as soon as they did that, they eliminated all of the DEI positions. So those people that was training people in how to act properly and not be racist, all of those departments were wiped out. Gone. Gone. And yet we sit as if this world is normal. This world is normal. They act as if what we are dealing with is normal. They're killing us. They're killing us. Black nationally, y'all, white people's unemployment rate is less than 4%. Black people overall is around 6%. And if you just made it for, if you compare black men, and don't forget, they're not including the population that are in prison, but if you compare black men unemployment rate, and that is not including the people who've dropped out, regardless of what they tell you, it's double digits. The people who just said, screw it, I've been looking too long, I just give up. In America, in the so-called greatest nation, the slogan was "Make America Great Again." Is this your definition of great? Is this your utopia? Is this your utopia? Is this the greatness you were looking for? Is this the greatness you voted for? If it is, we have a different definition of great. So they're talking about America might be in a recession or headed for a recession. I have a news flash. Black America is already in a recession. If you look at our unemployment rate, the decline of housing ownership, federal work reduction, and the continued wealth inequality, we are already in a recession. Stop talking about what's coming tomorrow. It's here now. We are living in it right now. This country has proven that it does not have one economy. Does not have one economy. It has multiple. And while all this is happening, you want to know what black people in positions of power, black people who are institutions that should be protecting our young people are doing? Targeting them for stupid shit. Tuskegee, responsible for building and designing the Rosenwald schools. And if you don't know what Rosenwald schools are, check it out. Is now making it illegal for black kids to wear do-rags and bonnets. Are those our problems? If you take the do-rag off, will cops kill them young boys less? If them young ladies don't wear the bonnets, are they going to get equal pay to white men? Are we policing people's clothes? Wow, they are being targeted. Are we preparing them to navigate power or teaching them how to do what's respectable? These standards have been tried, pushed out, And now we got black institutions that are the black colleges reproducing these stigmas around these young folk and how they dress. When we know that our white brothers and sisters, them young folk go to school with quarters in their earrings and blue and purple hair, and nobody's judging them. That's not what they're being policed about. Come on now. Frustrated. I'm real frustrated, y'all. Sometimes let me drink some water, because my next point is gonna really make me angry. Listen, if you look at the people who are represented or who represents black men in political spaces, probably 99.999% of them have college degrees. And they're always speaking about either their fraternities or which college they went to. And I'm glad and I'm proud that the people that are doing that, black men got college degrees. Don't get me wrong, I have college degrees. I'm not talking about that. What I am talking about, though, is that is not representative of America's black men. Only 2% of college educated or college degrees in this country are accounted for by black men. 2% of the people in school right now. 2%. That's it. So this idea that they are speaking on their behalf, no, they're speaking about a world that they're accustomed to. And I think this is why we see so many black men tapping out on what they call cornball shit, the way we do politics, how it excludes them, how it does not include what's most important to them. You have less of a chance of owning a house than you do in this country. 56% of black Americans at this current rate will not own a house. What is the American dream? At least the black one. What is it? What is it? Y'all tell me. What is it? I don't know. I don't know. How can we tell people that American dream is that if you work hard, you can have everything? You know, the picket fence, the house, the 2 kids, and the dog. It's not realistic. It's not realistic. It's not realistic, y'all. Y'all know it. We know it. We know that people work hard, work their ass off. But states like North Carolina with minimum wage somewhere around $7.50. You can multiply it by 40, by 50, by 60, by 70, by 80 hours. It's still not enough for people to survive. Why do we have a minimum wage instead of a basic income? In a nation that can spend as much as we're spending, more than $2 billion a day on a war that our government did not approve. But we can't feed people. We can't guarantee people have enough to survive in this so-called greatest nation ever. Huh? You know what the average SNAP benefits is for a family of 4 in this country? Or actually just say the average family receiving SNAP food stamps. $352 a month. Raise your hand if you can live off $352 or 54 or 55, whatever the hell it is. It ain't enough. And we calling these people lazy and act like they're getting rich. But the federal government gives Warren Buffett a tax break in the tune of almost billions. And he complains about it. People are that per person. SNAP gives you about $6.28 a day. 3 meals, you're supposed to break up $6.28. And now they're policing it. In certain states, they don't even let you buy certain foods. Can you imagine how undignified that is? How disgusting that is? Then they're trying to pass, some states are passing laws where if you get food stamps, you can't even buy steaks. So they're going to kill you with food too. They're going to tell you, you can buy junk. You can have junk. You can have junk. Don't you dare buy something healthy, or don't you dare buy something that's above your pay grade. What are we doing, y'all? How is this our reality? How is this our reality? How are we comfortable with poor people not having access to doctors, not being able to afford medication? People doing reverse mortgages just to survive. People, look at that. Somebody just put, I think No Justice just wrote, if you're in California, you got to work 20 hours of volunteer just to be able to accept the EBT. Now, not to mention that you're probably already working 40 hours and not making enough to survive. I know people that if they got a job, they would have to pay for childcare services. Childcare services would cost more than them having a job than they would make at that job, or take so much it is ridiculous for them to go to work. Because if you do the math, where's my phone? In my olden days, I used to do math in my head. Because if you make $7.50 an hour and you work 40 hours, that's $300 a week before taxes. Before gas. Thank you, Donald Trump, for the expensive gas. Before food. So if you got to do all of that and then pay daycare, you're not lazy because you don't have a job. You can't afford to go to work. You can't afford. Did you hear what I said? You can't afford to work if you have a child and you're making minimum wage. Therefore, it's more advantageous not to have a job because you can't afford it. In these United States, in this crusty ass nation that's supposed to be the greatest of all. Think about that. We tell people working 40 hours a week they're lazy because they need food stamps or assistance if they make a minimum wage. How are they lazy when they're working 40 hours? And those 40 hours, I guarantee you, for people making minimum wage, aren't working from home in the luxury of their own houses. They are somewhere working their ass off for somebody's CEO who's probably making 100 times more than them. It's bomb and drone money. Barron did make 150 million plus in less than a year. A 19-year-old on the board of TikTok. Put a 19-year-old on a $1 billion multinational company's board, Because of who his president is. I mean, yeah, because of who the president is and his dad. I don't I when I tell you I'm not nostalgic about times because I know people, a lot of old people be like, oh yeah, King was great, this, that, and the third, and they act like they were out there supporting him. But if you really know the history, you know that Dr. King's approval rating when he died was 22%. And that was with black people. It was less with white people. So all of these people that pretended that they were on those buses in the South are lying to you. There was never a time where there was a lot of people protesting. I just wish that the 22% that supported King were out here doing this work now. I wish we had a vocal 22% of people standing up to what's happening in this country right now. Because I feel like a vocal 22% could motivate the masses to change all of this. We could address what's really ailing our people if we were vocal. And I'm not saying we need to do things like they used to be done in the past. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in this idea that we need leaders in the context of this person is going to tell us what we need to do. We need to have issues, and those issues should drive us. If people are right on our issues, then we talk to them or we follow them if we deem them worthy. Sorry, y'all. Drinking because I need to drink a lot of water. I might go fishing in the morning. I don't know. I wanna show y'all like I like to have fun. I want to talk about like jokes and laugh about funny shit. But how I'm gonna do that when so much shit is going on in this world? We can't vote ourselves out of this, brother. And Richard Monroe, I appreciate you. I appreciate you voicing your opinion, and I would love to hear what you think the answer is. But I would argue calling voting fool's gold when they are doing so much to restrict voting, when they're spending so many resources to prevent it, tells me that something is completely different than what you believe it to be. If it was fool's gold, they wouldn't be trying to hide it so well. They wouldn't be cracking and stacking and packing and spending so much money on lawsuits. They wouldn't be doing so much to prevent people from getting access to the ballot. Donald Trump wouldn't be spending so much money and resources on trying to make sure that he can get his hands on voter rolls in all the states that he lost. Trust me, the vote matters. And I'm not one of those people who beat people over the head because they don't participate. Because I'm not a person who say that people don't vote. I believe that people don't vote because resources aren't spent properly to engage them around issues most important to them. Meaning the people with the resources have not been listening to the people suffering the most. That's what I mean. But to say that the vote don't count, I got to push back on that, brother. I just got to push back on it. I got to push back on it. And like I said, I'm open to the conversation, but it's going to be a hard way to convince me that the vote is not the cure, because what people won't tell you is us voting, if we voted out enough incumbents, we change all of this. We change all of that. And I hear you that strikes is power for the working class. But here's my problem. America's working class is so small. What happens? What is the power for the poor? We like to believe that we got a job, so we are part of the working class. But most people in this country are working poor. We don't have networks or safety nets for poor people striking in a real way. Oh, I don't believe that voting is an end all be all. I believe like voting, if we're thinking about the social body, I think voting is just the act of social brushing your teeth. That's all it is. Voting is not even revolutionary. I don't believe voting is revolutionary. I believe unelected incumbents is revolutionary. When motherfuckers can spend all the money they want and then they and lose an election, I think that sends shockwaves to this system called the status quo. But to say that, you know, I think maybe Malcolm X's approach was what? It wasn't not to participate in democracy. That was not his approach. That was not his approach. He had politics and he articulated his politics. He said, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I am a black nationalist, meaning I care about the issues of black people. And to care about the issues of black people requires you to vote for him. Because what's the point of caring about the issues of black people and not voting? Because if you care about them and don't do anything or don't participate in a system that negatively impact those issues, then you're not really doing anything. And I support mutual aid networks, but mutual aid networks can't substitute what the federal government role is. We keep talking, and my problem, this is what I mean. I think mutual aid networks are important, but that's not the most revolutionary act. The most revolutionary act is getting what is owed. And by any means necessary is absolutely a beautiful quote. It is absolutely a beautiful quote. But if you truly mean by any means necessary, then voting and civic engagement has to be a part of that strategy, because that is a means. It is a very active means, and black people participating in masses is a revolutionary act against the status quo. If James Clyburn could be unelected in that black district in South Carolina, if Jeffries could, if a black person could, a progressive could challenge Jeffries and get rid of his ass in that district, that would send shockwaves to the status quo and say that what you thought you knew of the black vote, you've sorely misunderstood. But Jeffries instead wins his districts with 30 or 40,000 votes every time in the primary. And nobody challenges him in a district where there's almost 800,000 people. James Clyburn has more black men in his district that have never voted for him than those who vote for him every time in the primary, and nobody's running against him that's viable in the general election. If you took 30,000 black men in James Clyburn district, you could unelect him in a primary like this. And then you send a by any means necessary candidate to DC to sit in Congress and raise hell. Horsford in Nevada has 40,000 black men in the state of Nevada that have never voted for him. If we challenge if the people are engaged in a way that they say that they see power, real power, I think we see a different world. I think we see a different world. But I think the idea, this is my problem with like the people, the same people who were saying don't vote, the Friedman and ADOS, those people saying don't vote, blew my mind. Because how are we going to get reparations if the people elected don't vote on it? Because reparation is not a state thing. If we're waiting on, there's no state in this nation, not even California, that can afford what the federal government owes black people. Our reparations is that big. What we are owed is that much. There's no state in this union that can afford it, but the federal government can. But the federal government can. So I think we have to revamp how we think about it. Jimmy Carter is hands down my favorite president, and not so much because not so much because of his politics, but because when it was time to go away, He went away intentionally. Not filthy rich, not with a Netflix contract, Obama, not with all the money like the Clintons. He went away back to his childhood home, kept preaching Sunday school at the same church, and didn't get wealthy off of the government, and created something that built homes for so many people. Public servants should be just that. Should not be an avenue for you to get wealthy. Yeah, but APAC is on notice. I mean, we see that APAC's money is not an end all be all. We saw that APAC money has not made Benjamin Netanyahu more popular than Mamdani. Mamdani has a higher approval rating amongst American Jewish people than Benjamin Netanyahu. So the backlash of APAC, that I feel like the APAC and the party luxury and all of that stuff, all of that is a baby boomer thing. I think people, oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. I support Habitat for Humanity. They do great shit. So thank you so much for that work. That work matters so much. Yeah, I listen. I'm a firm believer that I've never, again, and I need people to hear me. I don't hit people over the head, specifically black men, about, oh, if you don't vote, you don't care. That makes no sense to me. They spend billions of dollars on election trying to influence people. The money trying to influence black men never come from those who are those that don't participate. Meaning the black men that get that money are creatures of the political party. They either grew up in the party system, they work their way through campaigns, and they know politics the way that the party does it. And that is not effective for what we need to reach brothers. Someone said earlier that we need to operate like mutual aids. And I think that if the parties spent money when it was not when it was off election year in odd number of years serving people's need, then I bet you elections would require less money to be spent. If you was really addressing what Maslow called the people's basic need, the bottom of that pyramid, if you spent time addressing those needs, making sure people were secure in their housing, making sure people were secure with food, making sure people were secure with security, if you was making sure people were secure in their income and health care, when it was time to ask for their vote, it'd be a no-brainer. You wouldn't even have to ask, because they'd be like, yo, this person or this entity did this, this, and this for me. When I didn't have this, this, and this, I'm going to vote. But it's so transactional. You just show up, and the first conversation you have with these people is, oh, this is the most important election of our lives. Your grandson, your grandmom, and your ancestors died so you can vote. You don't know shit about my grandparents. It's disrespectful for you to walk on my porch and try to tell me what you think you know about my people and how they died. My people died because you didn't fund, and your politicians didn't fund their health care, so they didn't have adequate health care. My people died because your people allowed Jim Crowism to live. My granddaddy died stricken to his bed because he was a sharecropper. And policies and politicians allowed that to carry on. So when you come to people's house and knock on their doors and you have no relationship with them, you do a huge disservice. And I think this is why they miss so many young black men, because young black men are just like, man, get out my face. You don't know me. You know nothing about me. And what we see is these stupid ass polls that ain't connected to shit real. But they look pretty. And the people who present them, they love them people. We see these dumbass tactics and these dumbass activations where they doing events and they on stage acting like it's 1960, singing, "We shall overcome." Overcome what? And why are we singing and not screaming? Why are we singing and not swinging? I'm not advocating violence. I'm talking about proverbially swinging at these motherfuckers that are guilty. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to tell these people. I don't know what to tell these people. We cannot pretend that there's not an avenue forward, because it is. Yeah. To protect our, well, we need to, first of all, Richard, I 100%, uh, I think we need to protect women, teachers, schools, kids. Everybody needs to, I feel like humanity requires us to protect all of us, or none of us are safe, right? So I hear you on that. But what I would say is, if you had a school board that was doing the will of people, is that not protecting the schools and the teachers? Because if you had a school board doing the will of the teachers or doing the will of the people, then they would pay teachers a livable wage so that teachers could have a quality of life that didn't require them to sacrifice. They would make sure that the students had what they need. If we protected, if we made sure that laws were in place where women could not be exploited, then women would be protected. That happens through policy. Everything you're naming, I agree with you 100%. All of that needs to happen, but all of that happens through policy. The idea that there are enough guns and enough of us to stand in front of anything coming from this federal government, if it's weaponized against us, is fanciful. It's not realistic. But what we can do is we can recognize what's happening, and we can learn how to weaponize that. And what I'm meaning is by 2030, nearly 45% of this country population will be in the South. We need to be building infrastructures right now for these states. Mississippi is the blackest state in the union. Mississippi should have the fiscal and the political muscle to run that. It should be black electeds statewide in Mississippi. But because the party in its current state does not spend money on that state, it is a bright red state. Not because we don't have the numbers to win, because we do. Because all we need is about 21%, 22% of our white brothers and sisters and maximum turnout from black voters. And we win statewide. That requires an investment that we've not seen. If we were in charge, we could demand that. When we are in charge, we should demand that. We're the only people that don't understand. Think about that. Why are the only people being told not to vote or not to participate civically, or that there's no power in it? Our people. Have you ever seen an ad telling young white men don't vote or fuck the vote? Not ever. Not ever. But think about that. They're talking about putting ICE at the polls. Why? They're talking about putting police officers at the poll. In Greensboro, North Carolina, there was a lawsuit once. You want to know why? Because they were putting roadblocks within a mile of black polling locations. Mind you, Greensboro is the same state that the same city in 1979, where they had the race riots that were supported by the police department. So from 1979, the year I was born, to the 2000s, they were doing crazy shit with the cops in Greensboro. The vote matters. And we could be powerful if we start. What we need to do is take our eyes off of federal election and focus not all of our energy, but majority of our energy on statewide, state, and local elections. Because what we found out is, because they control 70% of the state legislatures, they pass all these laws. What districts look like for federal elections are drawn by state legislatures. And Republicans invested all of this money through the Koch brothers and the Alec Institute and other conservative, like Heritage Foundation. All of those people spent all of the 90s preparing to take over all of the state legislatures. And they took over 70% of them, probably more than that. Both houses of state legislatures, and they just had majorities, and they pushed all of their policies through, and they made states more conservative and less safe for people, specifically people that look like me. And we sat idle, bragging that we were winning national elections, while all of the harm that was being prepared happened at the state level. So when we did get something that looked like it wasn't universal health care, when we did get Obamacare, they was like, nah, we're not gonna expand it in our states. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna give people. Texas let people die. Florida let people die. Texas let people die because it had Obama's name on it. And it wasn't even a progressive idea. What Obama did was literally what Mitt Romney did when he was the governor of Massachusetts. Obamacare was Romney care, just on a national level, but his name was associated with it. But because we didn't have any states, we didn't control the state legislatures, they were like, nah, in red states, we'll just let our people die. That means white people too, die. Just so that wouldn't happen, so it will not be part of law. So it won't be legacy in these United States. Our politic has to be smarter. I was doing a voter registration campaign. I think it was 2011 or 2012 in Kenya. I literally remember sitting down, drinking chai tea with 14, 13-year-olds sitting back with their legs crossed, talking about their politics in a way that blew me away. These are 13 and 14-year-old men, young men, sitting back with their legs crossed among the elders, having articulable conversations about issues that are happening in their elections. And their election was wild. I said that to say, not that I'm surprised that people in Africa understand politics. I said it to say that I'm surprised that people in America don't understand politics. I don't understand why we don't understand politics in the nature that everybody else does. In the best, supposedly the best school, the best college in the world is Oxford. In England, they were going to raise college tuition, I think, to like $5,000 or something a year. And the people over there started protesting. You know what happened? We got too comfortable. School in America used to be cheap. School then went up 1,000%. College, but not income to go with it. So the first time they raised it, nobody protests. Second time, nobody protests. Now it's so freaking expensive to go to school here. You damn near need to be a millionaire to go to college. What's up, Skylar the writer? What up, though? Yeah, listen. I firmly believe, this is for Anna. I firmly believe that elites think they control everything, and elites do have power because money is access in our country, and we see our politicians are for sale in large scale. A lot of them are, and here's what I would say, and I don't want people to get confused by this. Not all politicians are making money from people. Most politicians in this country are poor or working people. Here's what people don't realize. There are over 45,000 elected officials in this country. What we do, though, is we equate what's going on with the 535 so in DC, or 536 or so in DC, as to everybody's lifestyle. Everybody is not being lobbied or being paid like that. So what I'm saying is, the reason I don't say elites have all the power or power is because we have a misunderstanding of what power is. There's power and then perceived power. Perceived power says if you got money, you can determine the outcome of the election. What I do know, though, is the last 3 or 4 presidential candidates who had the most money lost their election. Think about that. The candidates with the most money for the last 3 elections, presidential election, 3 or 4, lost. Mitt Romney had more money than Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton had more money than Donald Trump. Donald Trump had more money than Joe Biden. Kamala had more money than Donald Trump. Money isn't always money has a role to play in our politics, unfortunately. And we need publicly funded elections. Absolutely. I also think we need ranked choice voting. But what I do know is that through work and commitment of candidates that resonate with people and people that have relationship with people, we can overcome money. We can overcome money. Because if you think about, what was it, 2020? Or whenever Jamie Harrison ran for Senate in South Carolina, that was the most, at the time, the most expensive Senate race in the history of this country. And Jamie still lost. It's about what 2 things are true. If you got a bunch of money and you got great relationship with your community, you're probably going to kick ass. But if you have great relationships with your people in your community and you are a known entity that has a track record that people can believe in and buy into, money ain't a guaranteed reason you're going to win or lose an election. So I think yes, money, elites have a unique access to our politicians for sure. But I also think they are not the money is not the end all be all. If you have relationships, you can trump money. And is it a battle of consultants? It's actually, I listen. Some of the majority of the political consultants. And then Jamie Harrison turned out to be Jamie Harrison, and that part, and all of that part, and all of that part. But as it pertains to the battle of consultants, I don't even, you know what, the sad part about it is, I feel like our party missed something that the Democratic Party, we missed something that the insiders at the Democratic Party said, or we just let it go by like it really wasn't a threat that they carried out. I don't know if y'all remember when AOC and everybody ran that time, the Democratic Party said any consultant challenging an incumbent will not be hired in the general election. They had to walk that back because of the backlash they got. But do you really believe they walked that back? Because if you look at the people who they fund and the consultants they continue to use, even though they continue to lose, let me say that again. People keep failing up. Consultants can lose an election 2-3 cycles, and then in the next cycle, they're running a presidential campaign if they are connected to the right people. So the nepotism it exists on our side in a way that does harm for us. So I don't think it's a battle of the consultants. I think it's a battle for who will control the Democratic Party. Will we take over, we people to see the world like us, will we take over our county parties? Will we take over the state level parties? And when we do, will we demand more from the national? Because I bet you, if you go county by county in North Carolina, we have county parties. Yeah, that happened, Richardson. If you look at the county parties, it's probably like 10 or 15 people, 20 people that are active in some of these counties. Man, we can find 20 progressives to take over these small counties, or partner with the progressives that are already there, and then we be the county chair for the Democratic parties. And then we run at the state level. And then we get rid of those who are doing the bidding for DC. And we make this party what it should be. I don't care. This idea of big tent is not appeasing to me if the big tent is filled with people or air that is just trying to maintain the status quo. That ain't a big tent. That just means there's a lot of you motherfucking middle of the road people who are doing us a disservice. Because right now what I know, equity is considered a radical idea. And if equity is a radical idea, that means I'm on the left of normal. You got people supposedly in our party afraid to say DEI. People who supposedly be fighting on our behalf afraid to say DEI or woke. 1.0 or 2.0, fam. You have people afraid to say woke. People changing their moniker. People afraid to say solar energy. People afraid to say Black Lives Matter because of retribution from a racist. This is the moment where you allow people to see your leadership. This is where we should be shining. We should be saying, man, fuck Trump. And when we're back in power, we're going to make sure that the John Lewis Act is the first fucking thing we do. CBC, my God. I'll tell you what I think. I think the CBC is the largest voting bloc of the Democratic Party. And I'll just leave it at that. Actually, I won't leave it at that. The CBC need to do fucking more, is what I think. How are you the largest caucus in the Democratic Party? And black issues aren't the largest thing we're talking about when you know you win elections overwhelmingly because how black people show up. How are we allowing? This is why I hate James Clyburn. Not personally because I don't know him, but I hate his politics. When George Floyd got killed, y'all might remember, they took a knee with kente cloth on and had Nancy Pelosi out there with a damn fist up with kente cloth. That's what the Democratic leadership did. They took a knee with kente cloth. I don't want your kente cloth. I want your kente policies. Kujichagulia. Where was your collectiveness in making sure that black people were safe? Don't show me the kente cloth. Show me the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, goddammit. That's what I wanted from them, right? Why you ain't give me those? Why you ain't give me the 7 principles of Kwanzaa? Why you had to give me some kente cloth, a knee? You had white woman Nancy Pelosi out this motherfucker. I swear to God, this happened in real life, y'all. I'm not joking. They motherfuckers took a knee with white suits on. But ain't passed one policy that looked like kente cloth. They ain't passed one policy that looked like kente cloth that made us feel safe. Who felt safe because of that knee? You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to tell people, like, don't fall for the bullshit. Right? Where was it? What was mature about it, right? What was the mature thing about their policies? What was the sacrifice in it? What was the peace and harmony in that shit? What was pure about it? What was royal about it? What was prosperous for black people about it? I'm asking, and I ask those questions in that order because if anybody know anything about kente cloth, you know that's what the colors mean. The gold, the black, the red, the green, the yellow, the white, the blue, and the purple. So they out there putting on the fucking cloth and don't know what those colors mean. And they damn sure ain't putting no policy for it to show us that they do. They ain't show up like that. They ain't show us none of the damn principles of Kwanzaa. What was the emoji? I ain't see no unity. I already Kujichagulia, huh? Ujima. What's the rest of them? Y'all know the rest of them. I'm getting old. It's problematic, man, that we allow so much bullshit in a party that we should demand so much from. It's our party too. That's why I get so frustrated when people be like, "Oh, the Democratic Party." I don't talk about the Democratic Party like it's some monster in the damn mountains or in the hills. We are the Democratic Party. White men ain't voting for the Democratic Party. White women barely over here. That's our shit. We need to act like it's ours. We treat it like it's a stepchild, like, oh, that's my spouse's kid. No, the Democratic Party belongs to me. You don't exist without the black vote. Not as a national party. You don't exist you're not a national party without the black vote. Therefore, I demand more. I talk shit about the party because it's mine. Just like I talk shit about this country because I was a Marine Corps veteran. I am a Marine Corps veteran. My first job was United States Marine Corps. And I didn't like it. I like I like the relationships I made with people in there. Some of them. But that motherfucker was more racist than the regular society. These motherfuckers on base with Confederate flags on back of their trucks. But it gave me the motherfucking right to talk shit the way I want to about this country and dare any of these motherfuckers to try to tell me anything about patriotism. You don't know shit about patriotism. Your family didn't even sign up. You didn't even sign up to serve. And I'm not saying that everybody needs to serve to be patriotic, but white people seem to think that they have this monopoly on patriotism when if you look at who serves the most, black men are overrepresented percentage-wise in how we serve in the military. Nobody comes close to black men percentage-wise in how we serve. If you look at our percentage of how we are represented in the military versus what our percentage is of the national population. But we just fall victim to stupid shit. We do the same thing with patriotism we do with the Democratic Party. I ain't ceding shit to them. I'm taking back patriotism. I want patriotism to mean conflict and also disagreement. Disagree with all of the shit our country is doing wrong. That's the most patriotic thing you can do. Be at conflict with all the shortcomings of the military. That's the most motherfucking patriotic thing you can do. Yeah, we was talking about that, Skylar. We was talking about that earlier about the sailor who jumped off, tried to kill herself. People being out there waiting in line 3 and 4 hours for basic necessities, unhealthy, unsanitary spaces. Nobody's supposed to be on that water for 250 days. Them spaces be cramped, and sometimes they be hot racking. At least they were when I was in the military. And if you don't know what hot racking is, it's sometimes like when you're out there, you work 12 hours and you sleep in a bunk. But the bunk you're sleeping in, when you're working those 12 hours, somebody else is sleeping in that bunk. Did you hear what I said? That was the thing. That's a real thing. $250 days at sea. Donald Trump does not care about veterans or military personnel or their families. If you don't believe me, he don't even care about police officers. Police officers. Because if he did, he wouldn't have pardoned the people from January the 6th. Donald Trump care about police officers that care about him and whiteness. That's all. That's all. Yeah, they used to share beds. Don't let me say that about this ship. I don't know if on this ship, but hot racking is just that. 12 hours on shift, 12 hours somebody in the bed, vice versa. Switching. I don't know if that's happening now. But shit, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. They ain't got enough soap and deodorant for people. They ain't got enough soap, food for people. We don't need to be naive about all of the shortcomings of this country. We know they are real. We know they are real. And the reason so many people sit out this election or sit out so many elections is because they know this bullshit, but they just keep hearing people talking about everything's gonna be better if you vote this time. Tell people the truth. This shit, voting, we might not win, but we can send a message either way. We might win, and if the politician get in there and don't do what they say they're gonna do, we're gonna get them out of there next time. That's what I keep telling people. You want to see when elections matter the most? Make it 2 or 3 cycles where incumbents just start losing. Get rid of some ineffective incumbents and watch how scary it gets. Watch how everybody lose their job. The problem is the reason so many consultants continue to lose and keep their job is because incumbents aren't losing. Incumbents are like 70%. The military is definitely compromised. The military is very compromised. Our country is compromised. Pete Hegseth is for, if the reason people should have sound the alarm that Donald Trump is not ready and that somebody should have invoked the 25th is because ain't no fucking way Pete Hegseth should be over the Department of Defense. At all, ever. There's no coming back from firing generals who gave their, you don't just become a general. If you know anything about the military, you don't just become a general. So that getting rid of women because Donald Trump don't want to see a woman general and she's black, getting rid of black people that are up for generalship or skipping them over because they're black. You don't fix that in one election cycle. The military is a group of people who are trained to just follow fucking orders. And everybody that you told them to follow orders to are being disrespected regularly. In a room with Pete Hegseth, who's drunk and abusive to women, telling those people who fought our wars that they're fat and overweight, talking about strategy that he has no clue or just disregarding them, telling our troops to go to basic training to learn how to understand what military strategy is and then get pissed on by a civilian who was on Fox News 3 weeks ago. You don't fix the military quick after that. Losing this war to Iran, we don't bounce back quick from that. Because guess who else know that we're losing this war to Iran? China. They're watching it. Russia. They're watching it. North Korea. They're watching it. And the rest of the world too. Even our so-called allies who Donald Trump is risking if we are going to have any allies in the next few years or so. Is the military compromised? Very much so. So much so. Yeah, it's compromised. Compromised. And all of that happens when we have whack leadership. The horseman of war is a real thing. And also, it fits, it tracks with where we are. Trump is at the head as the Antichrist. You know, the one who can quote his favorite book, 2 Corinthians. Anybody else would have done that shit. If Barack Obama would have said 2 Corinthians, they would have said, oh, yep, that's it. We got to get rid of this Muslim right now. It would have been over. If Barack Obama would have walked outside of the White House to the church that's right across the street and had the Bible upside down posing for a picture like Donald Trump did, he'd have been done immediately. They probably would have impeached him for that immediately. Donald Trump, at a peaceful protest outside of the White House, called for the National Guard, begged the generals, this is his first term, to shoot the protesters. Can't you just shoot them in the leg? The president of the United States asked the military to shoot people in the leg. And now he's on TV telling you, because he thinks you're stupid, that he's fighting Iran because he want to protect the people who were killed over there protesting. Donald Trump want to do the same thing here. The man who believes that you need an ID to buy eggs. The man who believes that he is a king. That's why he keeps Robert Kennedy around. Because he thinks it somehow associates his name with the Kennedys. We are dealing with a man who was never accepted by the real rich people in America because they knew who his dad was. And he was in Queens, not in Manhattan. So he spent his entire life trying to overcompensate when all he had to do was take his dad's money and do nothing with it. And he'd have been richer by doing nothing than he did by losing all his money in all of these different businesses. This is y'all's Donald Trump. It has to be. I mean, if you read what they say about the Antichrist, Christians are gonna be all over it. They're gonna think it's him. Also, you don't need to be the biblical version of the Antichrist to be the Antichrist, right? You don't need to be the biblical version of the Antichrist to be the Antichrist. You could be the proverbial Antichrist in this moment, and it means the same damn thing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So yeah, man, I promise you, it's creepy to me. Yo, the fact that he ate the McDonald's on camera though. So for y'all that can't see, let me put it over here. Silas said it was very sad. But what's sad about it, that he made Kennedy eat the food on camera, was that he ate the food on camera. Like, that just tells you like where we are. Like, how are you gonna make me eat food? Like, who do you think you're talking to? Listen, drink the Kool-Aid is basically what he told him. He literally told him, drink the Kool-Aid. Drink the Kool-Aid. What was the preacher, Jim Jones? What was the preacher's name? Had all those people, taking all those people Social Security money, then made them drink that poisonous Kool-Aid. Donald Trump is a cult leader. He's a cult. Everything about him is fraud, though. People, and that's why I said we should. Where was The Apprentice at? NBC? The Peacock had it, right? We should blame them. If you listen to the producers from that show, they knew Donald Trump was not a billionaire. They try to get the real billionaires, but all of them said no. Mark Cuban didn't want to be on The Apprentice. The other guy from the Shark Tank didn't want to be on The Apprentice, but Donald Trump jumped at it. They knew he wasn't. When they got to his office, it was trash. It was raggedy. They had to replace the furniture. They built that ballroom to look like that. And the reason you only see Donald Trump 1 or 2 times during the season is because they said he couldn't read the lines. He couldn't read the stupid ass lines on The Apprentice. That's why he got "you're fired," because that's all he could say. It wasn't even real. That wasn't even his real boy. They made that office, and his cheap ass kept the furniture when the show was over. They said that was a dusty ass room in Trump Tower. Raggedy old musty chairs is what they said. Dirty rugs. But they built it up and sold it to people, and people really believe that. They made him to be out like he was a billionaire. He was not. The producers of the show already said this on record. Motherfucker couldn't even read the lines from not a science show, not Bill Nye the Science Guy. He couldn't even play the lie that he was telling. Oh, I'm filthy rich. He couldn't even play that role. And they said he had a self-conscious, he needed people to love him, like him. And he always was happy to fire people. Man, I don't know. We have to kill this idea that personalities are more important than people and personalities are more important than policy. If we get back to a time that we've never been to, nah, that fancy boardroom was a dusty ass room with a hole in the wall. Right. That's what I try to tell people. They should have started that show out with saying, this is not real. We made this office up. Yeah, that shit was not. It was I don't know. I think they said the first floor of the Trump Tower. That shit was dirty when they went in there. They had to make it all up. And at first, the show was supposed to be, he was supposed to be more hands-on in the show, but couldn't read the lines. He like Michael Jordan. He couldn't. The reason we ain't get what was the show? Was it Space Jams? The reason we get a Space Jam too is because Jordan couldn't read the lines. Apprentice weren't real because Donald Trump couldn't read the lines and he didn't have $1 billion. He needed that money. It was a set. It was a TV show set. That was as much as his ballroom as that house that Cliff Huxtable and the kids lived in. Come on, man. Nothing about the last 20 years of our lives have been real. And now we live in a world where an algorithm controls who we talk to and who we see. Or a few algorithms that we know nothing about. Our entire world is driven by shit we don't control anymore. Our communication we don't control how and when content come across our screens because we don't know how these algorithms work. We try to trick them and set reminders. If we are smart, we set reminders when we want to hear from our favorite people. Yeah. You better remember that. I'm telling you. Well, the Hillary thing was different than the Kamala thing. Those are two different races, and I think they actually lost for similar reasons, but got there completely different ways. 2016. I was with Democracy for America. We did not endorse. We endorsed. I was a Elizabeth Warren. I am an Elizabeth Warren type of Democrat, very smart, nerdy type. And the organization I was with was Bernie Sanders. I don't have a problem with Bernie Sanders except for his wife is racist, and I called her on her racism, and she tried to get me kicked out of an event that was actually part of an event that I was co-sponsoring. And she found out real quick if you know anything about me, I make sure I take care of anybody that's doing the work at an event. So like the people cleaning the bathrooms, the people cleaning trash cans, the security. I make sure I check in on all of those people, people serving food. So we're at a convention center in Chicago. I'm gonna sidetrack a little bit, then I'm gonna go back to where I was about Hillary Clinton. But yeah, so I'm at this conference, and I'm over there talking to some other people, some other advocates, activists, and also organizers. And Bernie Sanders' wife walked past, and I tell her, I'm like, how y'all keep grifting because y'all then started 3 new organizations off a campaign y'all lost. $20 million organizations, and ain't no black people working there. She tried to tell me, oh, we got black people. I'm like, you don't have black people at the organization because if you go online, you see there are no black people. So she got in her feelings, and her security white guy said some slick shit. But at that time, I was, that's 10 years ago. I was always ready to fight, and I was drinking then. I was always ready to fight. I like to get punched because what you ain't gonna do is tell nobody you punched me and got away with it. So yeah, those were the days. Anyway, so they left, and I thought it was over after I called them out on it. But that wasn't it. She went to the security for the entire event and tried to get them to kick me out. Oh, he accosted me. He made me feel afraid type shit. She with a whole security guard. So the guy walked over there, and her security guard is pointing at me. She didn't come back with them. She sent, she pulled a Karen. She sent the white guy with the security guy who happened to be a black guy. And when he got over there, he pointed at me, and everybody's, hey, Pinkerbell. And the security was like, oh, I can't do shit to that. That's Mondale. That's their event. And I looked at him, and I was like, how'd that work out for you? So that's why I don't fuck with Bernie. Same reason I don't fuck with the mayor of Roland Rapids, apparently. Not to mention, that wasn't the only thing racist going on in Bernie's circle. There was a lot of white guys that left Bernie's campaign and went to become a part of. Yeah, she did all of that. But Bernie, a lot of the white guys working for Bernie left the campaign when he lost and went to vote with Trump and work with Trump. And I couldn't for the life of me see that, but for whiteness. How the fuck how you leave Bernie's campaign and you so mad that he lost and you went to support Trump? So anyway, that's that. But what I was going to say was the way Hillary in 2016, what was going on with Hillary's campaign was when we went to the brownstone, they had their headquarters, y'all. Listen to me. Hillary Clinton's headquarters was in Brooklyn. It was a brownstone, in nice fucking brownstone in Brooklyn. In September, there were people in there already talking about what jobs they were going to be doing in the White House. In September, they were already talking about what jobs they were going to be doing in the White House. So that underestimating how frustrated people were with the status quo led to Donald Trump winning an election. They underestimated people's frustration. And they thought because Donald Trump was inept that was going to be enough. But people were so pissed off with the status quo that they were willing to give him a try because he felt like something different than what has been fucking people over so long. And they didn't account for that. Instead, they were already hanging curtains before any votes were counted, and they lost. With Kamala, two things were at play. One, Joe Biden should have dropped out well before 100 days. The Democratic Party should have made sure that Joe Biden knew when he was running, you, sir, are too motherfucking old to be doing this 2 times. So yes, you can win this election and be president, but you will not run for re-election. They didn't have that conversation up front. And because they didn't, he tried to hold on. And when he dropped out, it was only 100 days. 100 days. 100 days is not enough to win an election in America. But the underestimating of Trump again was that Kamala overestimated how people felt about, and when I say her, I'm talking about her consultants. They overestimated how people felt about Joe Biden's presidency. They thought people were super excited about all the shit that he had passed. But the problem was all that shit got passed, but those resources hadn't trickled down to people. So people, or they weren't out there explaining it enough. So people didn't know about BEAD funding. People didn't know how much potential Justice 40s had. People didn't know because they didn't articulate that. They didn't know what ARPA was. They didn't know that these funds were ARPA funds because they weren't explaining it to people. So they overestimated what that presidency would mean to people. And in doing so, Kamala lost too. But she didn't lose in the same way. She lost because Hillary lost because they overestimated them. Kamala lost because she underestimated people's resentment for politics. And people's resentment didn't mean that Donald Trump was getting more voters. What happened was 6 million people that voted in 2020 did not vote in 2024. 6 million people. So imagine this guy only wins by 1 percentage point, Donald Trump. But 6 million people sat out the election. Six million people that voted in 2020 did not vote in 2024. That's why when you look at Donald Trump's percentages of demographics, it looks higher. He didn't get more black men to vote for him. What happened was black men, so many more black men didn't vote that voted for us in 2020 didn't vote in 2024, that it looks like it's a higher number. But the raw number of black men actually did not increase with Donald Trump. It was just a percentage because so many people sat out. And that's what people forgot. When people tell you how many people got votes, what Kamala got, what it was like 30, it was 31 and 32 or 33 and 34, whatever it was 1 percentage apart. And then the couch got like 35 or 36%. So the winner of the election, truly the president of the United States, is the couch. The motherfuckers who are registered but didn't vote. The couch. Do I think, let's see. Hold on, let me do these two. I think first I see, it says, Pinkerbell said it's like there are critiques you can make of the Harris campaign, but so much of it feels like she got pushed off a glass cliff on top of Democrats trying to gaslight everyone about their own wallets. I think some of it was about, but I think all of that happened. So here's what the Democrats made a mistake at. If they were gonna let Joe Biden stick around for until there was only 100 days left, they should have just let him run the whole campaign. But what happened was the way that Joe Biden got kicked out didn't feel good to people. It was a rich white man that made that happen. I don't know if y'all remember or not. Nobody could move. Barack Obama couldn't have the conversation. Nancy Pelosi. Nobody forced Joe Biden out of the election until George Clooney said, we're not going to fundraise for Joe Biden. We're not going to fundraise for Democrats if Joe Biden don't step down. He did that, and then like the next couple of days, Joe Biden was gone. Here's the problem with that. White men have not voted for Democrats in the majority since Democrats let black people be seated at their convention in the 60s. So a powerful, rich white man gets to tell the party what to do. But the people who vote for this party for the past, since the 60s couldn't have that power with him. So I think that was a disgusting feel for those people who were paying attention, that George Clooney had that much power, even though, have you heard anything from George Clooney since he caused Kamala to be the candidate for president with 100 days left? Has anybody heard anything about George Clooney politics? You think he's suffering to the point where he noticed a difference in life? You think he's out here fundraising for any of these organizations that do this work to reach black voters who are the base of the Democratic Party? So when they did that, that's what they created. And I think that's part of the reason. And as it pertains to, I think Kamala and also Hillary have something in common. Both of them are, if you simply look at the positions they're held, both of them are more qualified than any man that has ever run for president. Hillary Clinton was a first lady, a governor, first lady of a state. She was a senator. Not to mention she was an activist too. I don't like her politics. She was for Barry Goldwater. She was a Goldwater girl. That's what they called them when she was in college. But she's also, like I said, a senator. Then she was also, Secretary of State. Not to mention she was also First Lady of the country. So she has a resume. Um, her politics ain't my politics for sure. And Kamala, I I feel like Kamala's politics aren't much different than Hillary politics for sure. I will say this though, in the 2020, y'all might not remember this. No one was talking about reparations until Kamala mentioned it when it was like 20 Democrats running for that seat. She was the first person, even though she was the first person to drop out, she was also the first person to say anything about reparations for black people. So I think, now uh, I don't know if she had energy until she brought Cheney on stage. I think what we saw was uh, a bunch of money propping up a candidate in our face. We saw $1 billion get spent in 100 days. So if you imagine if you're spending $1 billion in 100 days, how much is going to make you look like something, right? Because let me do the math real quick. I ain't that, like I told y'all earlier, when I was younger, I could do math in my head. Now I got a calculator for all that. I need to save my brain cells for other things. If my phone would open, there we go. $10 million a day. So if you're spending $10 million a day, you're gonna look like you're riding you're gonna look like Skylar. I don't really think the reason I said that that Clooney didn't do Democrats a favor was because, first of all, check your privilege, Clooney. He didn't. I think forcing Biden out left a stench on Kamala's name for the rest of her political career that should not be there. And I think you lose a little bit. You lose a little bit of credibility when you lose to Donald Trump. Even though, there's an asterisk beside it because it was only 100 so days. But let's be clear. That loss is still on the books. And people are going to always have criticism of a campaign that made the missteps that campaign made. And it was some serious missteps on that campaign. So $10 million a day, but that ain't just it though. You want to know how many black consultants made $1 million or more from Kamala's campaign? How many black consultants made $1 million or more? I'm gonna let a few of y'all answer that for me. How many black consultants do y'all think, political consultants, made $1 million or more of that $1 billion from the Kamala's campaign? While I drink my coffee and see if any answers come in. How many black consultant firms made? Okay, I got Skylar at 2 consultants. Okay. Anybody else got a guess? Anybody else got a guess? $1 billion spent. Now you know how what percentage of black people vote Democrat? Okay, I got 4 from Junior. Those are gonna be my two guesses for tonight. Okay, 0. 0 is close. Let me tell you what happened. Only one black consultant made $1 million. You know what that consultant was doing? Driving limos. A company out of Delaware. A limo company out of Delaware is the only black consultant that made over $1 million on the Kamala's campaign. How much you want to bet they were connected to the Joe Biden family? Nobody that does political work made over $1 million. Do you know $1 million is pennies to 10? $1 million is 1/1000th of a billion. And no black people? Less than 3% of the money spent on Kamala's campaign went to black consultants. Indeed, Skylar, not a single consulting firm that is black owned that do political work made over $1 million. Less than 3% total of all that money. Less than 3% total of all that money went to black people, spread out. You make it make sense. So when I say that we lost because of the type of investment we do, the people who got those funds, same consultants who got funds from the Hillary Clinton campaign and every other campaign in between then. And yet black folk go hard. And this is my problem. We tell lies about what's really going on. If the money is to engage people so that you can win them, first of all, why are you spending 80% of it on TV consultants? Secondly, why are you spending most of it with white consultants who don't reach black voters? That's what happened in 2024. 2024. You expect white consultants to turn out voters that are not a part of their community. I'm just sharing. Listen, I tell people all the time, I don't own any information. None of us do. So often people don't want to share it because electability, you can't have real alternatives. Right? Electability to me is a horrible word that don't really mean nothing except for, it's coded. It's coded. I'm telling people all the time, y'all, if y'all knew the goofy shit that went on in these political spaces, y'all would lose your mind. Think about this. Have you ever watched CNN, MSNBC? Less than 2 or 3% of the people that are talking about politics ever worked on a campaign. Yet they're speaking as if they're experts. Political theory, what you learn in school, I have a political science degree too. What you learn in school has nothing to do with winning an election. That's not political. Elections is not political science. Elections are a different kind of science and art. And people don't say that. People don't know that. We need to be honest that we are being hoodwinked. People are pretending that they speak on behalf of black people simply because they are black. We are in a moment where representation cannot be enough. Representation is great, but representation without care and commitment to our community is as toxic or even more than anybody else. Surely y'all know this. I cannot be the only person that you all believe. And I'm not reading a script. I don't have on a pamper to talk 24 fucking hours like Cory Booker, who did it on the Senate for show, to be clapped and applauded about nothing. I'm sharing information about our electoral system and about our party and the problems with our nation. But it's too much performing going on in our politics. And the people that are getting propped up are actors. Is there anybody? Listen. I firmly believe Cori Bush loves black people. And I know people will say she ain't in government because she didn't win her election. I think I said this after the night after her election. If we believe that Cori Bush lost, we don't understand politics. To win that primary, they spent I don't know how much money to beat that sister. I think for every 1 million she spent, they had to spend like 16 or 30 million or something. You know what I'm saying? So I say the reason that's a victory is because if you keep making them spend that much money, you're going to break their bank. It's going to be too expensive to challenge you. So every time there's a race that sister qualifies for, Cori Bush, anytime, yeah, that Booker shit was trash. Anytime Cori Bush name is on the ballot, we should make sure we're supporting it because she breaks them. She has purpose. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a long list of politicians who care about us. I'm just being honest, and I'm not saying that there are not politicians that. There are politicians that'll tell you I'm serving. I care about my district and everybody in my district. And then there are politicians who will say, I need to make sure that black people are better when I leave than when I got here. And those politicians, they ring true to me. Jamal Bowman is no longer elected. He cared about black people. List. I mean, if we're talking about the federal level, the list is short. The list is short. I mean, if we're talking about the Malcolm X form of black nationalists, like not like, because people confuse black nationalists with white nationals. That's completely different. They ain't the same thing. They're not the same thing. So if there was a black agenda, somebody tell me what HR 1 is going to be for the next Congress. If Democrats take right now, what's the plan they put forward? What's the CBC plan for black people? If we are to win, think about this. If Democrats win this cycle, what's our Project 2029 or 2028, 2027? What is it? What plan do they have? Have you seen it? Have any of us seen it? No, because it doesn't exist. We don't have a plan. They don't have a plan. So without a plan, I don't understand what we're expecting to be prepared for other than the same. That's why I'm telling y'all the best plan is to get elected. If we put more progressives in primaries, I bet you our politics will look completely different. If we had more progressives running in primaries, I promise you, our politics. If Angie Nixon wins the Senate seat in Florida and goes to the Senate, yeah, it means something completely different. It means something. If Desmond Meade wins governor in Florida, it means something completely different. Those aren't candidates that people are talking about. They are candidates that people love. Duval sending a senator, a black woman from Florida to DC. It'll break their politics. It'll break their politics. It'll break their politics. But instead, all of the excitement is around, the old white men who are running for Senate. Because that's their definition of electability. So if that's your definition of electability, what you're telling me, whiteness is electable and everything else is not. Because Texas is a minority majority state, meaning minorities make up the majority of the population. But you told me Tallarico was electable, but not Jasmine Crockett. Gotta hide that label. We ain't doing no free marketing for no companies, dog. They just got good water. They just got good water. We ain't doing no advertisement, boy. Although you see that right there though. Yeah, man. People would have you believe that we are living in this most complicated time where what's required to win is bigger than regular ass people. But I promise you, regular ass people are enough. Regular ass people are enough. We are enough. We are enough to do everything we need to do. You know what I'm saying? We are enough to make sure that people are taken care of. Seniors got health care and all the medicine they need. They're not selling their houses and reverse mortgages just to pay bills. We got enough to make sure that children can go to school. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we have the opportunity to do everything we need to do. Is that me 2022, 2022, 22, 22? I hope Elijah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's a black progressive. Listen, and I shouldn't even say black progressive. Elijah Manning is definitely because to me, black people running on the platform that's his platform is the Jesse Jackson platform. If you go back and look at Jesse Jackson's campaign, presidential campaign from 1984 to 1988, you will see where Bernie stole everything from. You will see that Bernie stole Jesse Jackson's platform and then left off the most progressive shit. Like two-state solution, like not universal health care, but he left off like reparations for black people and some of the other shit that Jesse Jackson was talking about back then. And I feel like Manly is running one of those campaigns. And he's in the right listen, he's in Fort Lauderdale. That South Florida district is ripe. It's possible. Talking about affordable housing in one of those most expensive ass places. And Broward County, Florida, is the blackest district in Florida. It's the blackest district. The problem is he better make sure he does not forget to have literature in Creole and Patois, because Jamaicans and Haitians, those are the largest probably populations of Jamaican and Haitians outside of those countries. So he needs to make sure, probably not Jamaicans, because Jamaicans are a lot of Jamaicans in Canada and England, but Haiti for sure. A large black population, but he needs to make sure he's reaching out to our Haitian brothers and sisters, and he's talking to them and checking in and making sure that he understands, Yeah, but the 20th congressional district is something. It's something. Why do I think Obama was so bad? I think Obama was so bad. Well, I mean that question is loaded. As presidents go, I don't think Obama was so bad. As black presidents go, I think Obama was so bad. So let me say it that way. So what I mean by that is, Obama's faults were that Obama has a different relationship and association to America than most black people. And what I mean by that, if you read his books, you heard him say it out of his own mouth, or with his own words, or out of his own pen. You heard him say that he learned how to be black by his granddaddy taking him to a bar as a teenager, a pool hall in Hawaii. First of all, Hawaii has 200 black men, and they're probably all, or most of them, are related to the military or were in the military. So if you are 15 as a black man and learning that you're black at that age, that's a different understanding of blackness than most of us, because I knew very early that I was black. I knew at, that's probably one of my earliest memory, realizing that I was black. I didn't have to learn it as a teenager, and the world had already showed me what it means to be black. So couple that with the fact that most black people have to see white people and learn that they're not going to hurt them before they drop their guards. Obama does not have that natural skepticism of whiteness, because the white people around him growing up loved him. His granddad, his grandmom, his mom, they loved him. So he has this belief that he err on the side of that people are good and people love you. But he forgets that was his grandmother, his grandfather, and his mama. So, I think most black people, once white people show you that they are good people, then of course there's love there, because we are loving people. But Obama has it naturally, and I think that whiteness passed over to America's institutions, and you see it in his actions. And I think the shortcomings of Obama was that he didn't learn what Martin Luther King learned. Unfortunately, Martin Luther King learned it in jail. In the letters from Birmingham, you can hear the regret in King's, some of his decisions and political thoughts and leanings, in him saying, "I think I might have walked my people into a burning building." And I think Barack Obama didn't have one of those moments. He just had the beer garden. He could have had a powerful moment when Skip was arrested for going into his own house. He could have took that moment and charged up police and said, we need to do something about this. But instead, what he did was he invited the cop that racially profiled Skip to the White House. So Barack Obama and Skip sat their asses down instead of talk about the real problem being racial profiling. And then what else happened on his police? We watched Trayvon Martin get murdered. And he said, yeah, that could be my son. And he right, it could have been your son, but it wasn't your son. And if it was your son, it wouldn't have happened to him, because your son would have had the protection of Secret Service. And to show that he quickly forgot what that meant, he went to Morehouse, a place where one could argue some of the most responsible black men were. This is the so-called Ivy League of HBCUs, an all-black male school, or an all-male school, predominantly black. And he goes there and starts talking at them about fatherhood and pulling their pants up, talking about tropes that don't exist, because black men spend more time with their kids than any other men, not excluding anybody. So Barack Obama did the same thing that DL did. What up, Bo? And I think that's the problem. That is the problematic nature of Obama's presidency. We watched him. We watched Barack Obama trust America's institutions way too much, and it jeopardized what he could have done for black people. And his commitment to trying to be, the beer summit was ridiculous. And him trying to be middle of the road or lukewarm on racial issues also caused him to be mute on racial issues. And that to me was the biggest problem of his presidency. Happy birthday, man. Thank you for spending it with us. Yeah, bro. Happy birthday. I love that. Word. Happy birthday, family. I love that. Yeah, man, we just up here talking politics. We up here talking politics, and I'm glad you're here. Like I said, happy birthday to you. We absolutely love it, and let us celebrate you real quick. Another trip around the sun. Another trip around the sun. You deserve all your flowers. I appreciate you always riding. Someone asked um, if we're gonna bring back political thirst trap. I think political thirst trap. If people don't know, what political thirst trap was started out with me and Marcus doing COVID, and then we expanded to Ben, and then it became something more. I think political thirst trap was kind of like Voltron for a moment during COVID, because I think we burnt ourselves out, because we used to get on live during COVID and we would just talk politics for 8-9 hours. We had nothing. We were drinking way too much, smoking hookah, and some of us were smoking other stuff, and I think we were just I think it was an important moment. But right now, I think Ben is trying to master. Ben is doing something that is so deep, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to talk about it. But Ben is trying to use. He's figuring out a way. This is hurting my head trying to explain it, because I know I'm gonna mess it up. Ben has been in deep research mode, and if y'all get a chance to see that, brother, y'all should just. If you see the weirdness on his face, is because what he's doing is something that I love, but I can never begin. He's using math to prove God. It is remarkable what he's doing. Probability and all others points that I'm not ready for to even. So, but anyway, it's dope that he's doing. He's still doing, of course, his thing. But Marcus is out here creating amazing AI generated content that is, I think, moving the needle on introducing politics our way to a lot of other people. But I think he's coming back around to the political space. I think he's been out of political work for a long time, but I think he's getting back into the mood. I see him swinging now, meaning he's on teams. He's doing political work. He has some clients, so he's back in this space. And when you have real relationships with people, you don't need to talk to them on a regular basis or even at all, because when you see each other, when you talk, it's just like no time passed. And I think we're in that point now where there will never be like probably a clickbaity political thirst trap where we sit down and do something constantly again. But we are always connected because of the time we spent with all of you all, and also with each other in those moments. So there might be a show every now and then where we pop up and just sit down and talk. But yeah, I think we're in 3 different spaces right now. And yeah. So to answer your question, I think we will never be probably clickbaity political thirst track like on Monday mornings or Friday mornings or every day ever again. But there are always going to be connections between us 3 because we're connected. And unlike TYT, when we had arguments, me, Ben, and Marcus, we all were able to sit down and talk through them because we have respect for each other, and our disagreements was just business disagreement, not personal. Whereas what Jink and Anna got going on was despicable, so I had to walk away permanently. Yep. All of that. For sure. But don't think we don't love political thirst trap. We absolutely do. A lot of you people introduced me to what it means to be on YouTube, so I appreciate that. I also think we have clickbait on Facebook. The cafe, clickbaity cafe is still a thing, and I try to stream there sometimes, but I don't want to violate or feel like I'm trying to be extracted from that community. So So I don't always stream to that space because that space was ours, and I don't want people to say, well, what's going on and where's everybody else? Yeah, Jink and Anna on some other shit. But it's I mean, he damn near endorsed Tucker Carlson the other day for president in 2028. And it's just like he applauding Tucker, and it's just like, man, I don't get that. You got billions of progressive views, millions of progressive followers, and you just exploit people like that. That shit crushed me. I was like, damn, dog, because I was bought in. I'm creating content regularly over there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, nah, I can't do that. That ain't gonna be me ever. Well, yeah, the ferocity is ridiculous. See, but it was their my for me it was definitely their opinions, especially not so much Anna, because I don't feel like she owed me anything. We weren't really close, but I mean I done been out to the studio plenty of times, and Jink called me his brother. You know what I'm saying? How the fuck you call me your brother, and then you sit down with people, the very people who are espousing this shit that's trying to kill me. Like, I have real death threats on my life when I tore down that Confederate monument. People are still threatening me right now. Right now. So I can't spend a night in my house at home without, you know, making some kind of some kind of arrangement to make sure I'm good because of white nationalists. In 2026, in a town that was a sundown town. My town was a sundown town. And if you don't know what that is, you should Google sundown town. And now it's 2026 and it's a sundown town for me. So for him to sit up there and kiki with white and act like that and say he'll have a beer with them, I was more than confused. Like, what you like, how you get to say that this is the fucking the vanguard for progressivism, and you're talking crazy like this. That's the problem with that big tent idea. I don't have space for racisms or racists. And that's why I tell people, I don't want to be in community with everybody. I'm not one of those people who need to be in community with everybody. I'm not interested in being in community with everybody. Because if you're racist, stay over there and be that. Be that. Be that. But don't call me your brother. Because ain't none of my brothers, blood brothers or chosen brothers, ain't none of them gonna tell me or anybody or ever gonna say to anybody that, yeah, I'll go talk to them, or I'll have conversations with them, or I'll chop it up with them, or I'll have a bill with them. A bill with who? Someone that's gonna call me a nigger? You would? That ain't progressive. To me, that ain't progressive. I don't know how you can label yourself progressive if you believe that sitting down and having beers with racists is an idea you should be floating. It is not my job to bring along racists. It is not my job to change their mind. I don't give a fuck about their mind, because if you are at our age with all of this information available to us and you believe that somehow white people are superior to black people in this moment, to me, that is a choice you've made. That is a choice you've made. And in biblical terms, the Bible says by the time you die, if you have not accepted Christ, enjoy yourself in the hell. Because you've had ample opportunities to know who the Christ is. And I feel that way about race. If you have not accepted that white supremacy is a toxic space that damns you to hell, then enjoy the trip. Enjoy the trip. But you can't tell me we gonna be breaking beers. The only way I'm gonna drink with a racist if I don't know who you are. And that's why I don't drink no more. So I ain't never Google-eyed about who the fuck I'm talking to. I ain't never goofy about who I'm talking to. The only cheers I get is on old school TV. That ain't to knock anybody for drinking. It's just to say that, you know, we need to make sure we're good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. 2026. I think and I don't want to sound like, I don't believe that, that people can change, because I guess they can. I guess they can. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is it ain't my job to change them. I got too much to do on my side. I got too much to do. Like you said, Boko, like you said, sometimes you want to go where everybody know. See, I don't got time to be over there where people don't know my name, proverbially. I want to be over here doing the work with my people, trying to convince them on why they need to participate in this democracy so we can take it for ourselves, for the betterment of everybody. And that's the difference between us and them. These people really are trying to hold on to democracy for them. We trying to take this for us. Us being everybody. They want it for them being just them. And they're not even playing games or like quiet about it. They're saying it out loud. They're saying it out loud. Like they literally are saying it out loud. Like, oh yeah, I'm Donald Trump. I'm president of the United States. I'm gonna make 1,000 damn trades in a year. 1,000 trades in a year? That's not in a blind trust. Oh yeah, this Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump Jr., the businesses that are associated with them made $3 billion more in government contracts this year. And people are gonna be like, oh, they didn't do it. You think the people who gave them contracts didn't know who those companies were? Get serious. His 19-year-old son made hundreds of millions of dollars in 1 year. You think that's by mistake? Then I heard that he's on the board of TikTok. After we watch him say that, oh yeah, I'm not gonna close TikTok down. After it was about to be shut down. We watched him shake down news organizations. ABC made that payment. Harvard made that. We watched him shake people down. Shit, he didn't even have to eat a Kit Kat bar. The man put on a brown suit. The man put on a brown suit. And they said he was disrespecting the office. But Donald Trump lies every time he opens his mouth. Donald Trump can't stay awake in cabinet meetings. Donald Trump on TikTok, they said Barron, I don't know if it's true, but they said Barron was on the board. His youngest son, 19-year-old. I don't know if it's true. And I just like, I don't know what to tell people. I don't know if it's true, but we can find out. This is we can find out. Oh, Donald Trump's former social media manager said he should receive one independently. He's involved in the cryptocurrency and beverage company. That's how we can find out real quick. Beverage company. Which beverage company? $150 million in 1 year, y'all. Jesus. Solos Yerba Mate, a South Florida beverage company. Sold in 12 packs for approximately $39 each. He's on Solos board. That's the board he's on. He's on that company's board. 19. Who puts a 19-year-old on a corporate board? Who? $150 million. And all of that, they said that $150 million comes from what? World Liberty Finance. Do you know what World Liberty Finance is? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what World Liberty Finance is? It's Donald Trump's currency, cryptocurrency. So his associations, damn near all of that. Donald Trump estimated net worth as of March was around $6.5 billion. All of that. Donald Trump became a billionaire because he was president. The hell with the amalgamate clause. They don't give a damn about none of that. Donald Trump is running it up. And poor people, the poorest people. Why can't we go? Yeah, it is a scam. That crypto is a scam. They were saying how like damn near everybody that invested in it lost their money except for them. Everybody that invested in it lost their money except for them. I seen, bro, the reason you know this shit is bad is I done seen husband and wife have different politics. But I seen this wife talking about her husband gave all their kids' college money to Donald Trump's campaign or to some PAC associated with Donald Trump. What in the hell is going on with these people? What? You did what? You did what? You did what? Come on, man. For why? Supposedly, he can't run for office no more. He can't be president no more, allegedly. But they keep making jokes. They keep talking about it. In 2026, we are watching a president show you that his family and him can make as much money as he wants to off American presidency. How are we ever going to be able to talk about any other country? I don't know if y'all remember this, but what Hitler did with when he was making the Nazis so powerful and isolating Jewish people was, this is what he would say all the time. Well, we're not treating the Jews like Americans treat black people. We're not treating the Jews like Americans treating black people. What is the next nation going to be able to say when they start attacking smaller nations? We're not treating that smaller nation like America treated Iran. What are we going to say when another nation president starts making a few million and he says, or she says, or they say, well, we're not making as much Donald Trump made when he was president? What ground are we going to stand on as the so-called protectors of democracy or the leaders of the free world when other countries that are non-aligned nations start using us as the reasons to say, fuck all of it? He definitely did. What are they going to say when people are, that's right. What are we going to say when they say America supported Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing government genocide in Gaza? And everybody in the world is calling it genocide except for America. Everybody except for Americans. Because our politics, our TV is ridiculous. Listen, I have no problem with personalities like YouTube personalities or whatever, or social media. But when do we go back to experts being experts? When do we stop caring about people who actually understand the craft and using their words as words? Now, if you got a following on social media, whether you have researched or whether you've worked in the industry or not, you're an expert. This is why Stephen A. Smith is invited on CNN and MSNBC to talk about politics. Nobody should invite CNN or Stephen A. Smith anywhere to talk about politics, because as a black man, he don't speak for black people, first of all. Second of all, he don't know shit about politics. And one conversation with him will tell you that. But people keep inviting him back because he brings ratings. Now it's more about ratings. It's more about ratings than it is about facts or experts or understanding. Regardless, hey, I'm going to tell you just like this. I don't care who you are. If you can't say that what's going on in Gaza is a genocide, I can't rock with you. I don't care which party you with. It's a genocide. And none of us should play games about that, because that's dangerous. Those people kept using the language or weaponizing the terror attack that happened in October as a reason to kill kids, women, and unarmed people with our weapons. And we just kept sending them more weapons and more money. And we knew they were bombing people, kids. We saw it on TV. And then we watched people start switching their language. We watched the media start switching its language. They went from talking about the number of deaths to saying, according to the Hamas health ministry. When up until that point, we had always said that the health ministry in Gaza was a credible source. Up until the numbers started getting too high for folk to be comfortable. Think about that. It's little bitty language. I said that the other night. We heard somebody on MSNBC call a progressive a insurgent candidate. What? Why are they insurgent? Also, be careful with that language. Like we think, oh, that don't mean anything. Just mean that they're outsider. This, that, and the third. No, man. When the average American hears insurgents, they automatically think about what the fuck was going on. For those of a certain age, what was going on in Iraq. Words are powerful, and the media has a long history of manipulating what people believe. That's why people believe that black men are absent fathers, even though we've known for more than 30 years or so, the study was produced 20 years ago, that said that black men spend more time with their kids than any other men. Yet and still, the media continues to push that bullshit as narrative. They know that white people and black people commit crimes at the same rate. They don't refer them to when a black person is the person, thugs, and everything that person ever did is platted all over the news. But when it's a white kid, it's a white kid. It's a white kid. And that's all you hear. They were misunderstood. They were isolated. They were picked on. So we are obligated to do more with ourselves and demand more of the institutions and where we put ourselves. Because anybody giving space to people who, I heard you say that they're attacking our experts, and you're absolutely right. But anybody that gives space to that type of shit, you're eroding. You're making space for the next Donald Trump. You're making space for the person who will be worse than Donald Trump. And that to me is dangerous as fuck. That's yucky. We should not be out here playing like that's a small thing. And if I'm honest, we should not be allowed, the rest of the world should not allow us to call ourselves the leader of the free world. The rest of the world should not even allow us to call ourselves a democracy until we fix it. Where we're not cracking, packing, and stacking districts to minimize black vote, where we're not making it harder for black and brown people to participate in elections. Until that's done, they should not allow us to be classified as a democracy, because democracy requires everybody that is of age to be able to participate in an election if they want to. That's one of the major pillars of a democracy, and we don't have that. So the world should reject the fact that America is the leading democracy. What people should say is America has the largest economy, and just leave it at that. Because at this point, we ain't the greatest nation. We're not the leading democracy. We're full of shit. And if we're honest, if we were honest, that would be an easy pill to swallow. That's just what it is. Yeah. So listen, anybody blaming us for Trump winning has drunk too much of the party Kool-Aid. And listen, I've worked on over 168 campaigns, either consulting, either writing plans, or straight out just running the campaigns. And what I know for a fact is, if you lose an election, it is not the voters' fault. It is the campaign's fault. Imagine this: Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Imagine Pepsi blaming all the customers who buy Coca-Cola for buying Coca-Cola. Oh, you guys failed because you bought Coca-Cola. No, you failed because you couldn't make them believe that your product was superior. Politics is the only industry that people get blamed for not buying a badass trash product. Even if the product itself is good, it doesn't matter if the candy bar is good if people aren't attracted to the wrapping and how you're selling it to them. That's why they spend so much on ads. My thing is, the way you spend money politically to make people attracted to you should not be the way you sell me Nikes or candy bars. You should have to be in the community. And I think until the Democratic Party catch on to that, we're going to keep losing elections we don't have to lose. And I don't give a fuck how much they try to blame us for them losing elections just because we're telling them the truth. Here's what I can tell them: do fucking better and say more what your people want to hear. And then you won't lose elections. That's what I'm trying to tell them. All you got to do is say and believe what your people are saying. And that's just it. Y'all give me a second. Let me blow this candle out. It's been burning too long. I didn't know I was going to be up here talking to y'all this long. I ain't know, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah, listen. Let me see what we got over here. Wasn't she losing popularity by the day? I mean, listen. I think I'm gonna talk about that. Let me see what the second question is. In that same interview with journalists, Astead and Clyburn said that black people let the Democratic Party down by now. Listen, first of all, I'm gonna say something with all due disrespect. Fuck Clyburn. And for all the trolls that's watching and all the Democratic, scavengers that's watching, I said, fuck Clyburn. Capital C. Listen, blaming black people after you try to take credit for some shit you were not responsible for is dastardly. Let me say it clearer. James Clyburn let white people believe that he was a kingmaker when Biden beat Bernie Sanders in the 2020 primary. Knowing fucking well he's not responsible. Let me say what I mean by that. Clyburn endorsed Biden, and then everybody was like, she said, brother got oh no, ain't no green screens back in six. We got books and awards. Yeah. I'm a whole nerd, sis. It ain't even fancy, just nerds. Yeah. But yeah, so he allowed people to believe that he was a kingmaker for black people. Clyburn. So what happened was Clyburn, if y'all might not remember, Biden was losing primaries. He had lost Nevada, New Hampshire, and then it came to the South, and then he won South Carolina after, because Clyburn endorsed him, and they were like, oh, he won South Carolina, and he had a clean sweep across southern states, and they were like, oh my God, Clyburn is a kingmaker. And I'm like, that shit makes no fucking, first of all, black people in North Carolina couldn't even tell you who Clyburn is. Black people in Virginia can't even tell you who Clyburn is. Black people in Georgia can't tell you who the fuck Clyburn is, but for the older ones that watch CNN. The ones that watch CNN. He wasn't the reason Biden won. Biden won because he had the smell of Obama on him. He was Obama's vice president, and Bernie Sanders, after he lost in 2016, took 4 years to go out to Nevada and build a relationship with our Latino brothers and sisters, and spent no time in the South building relationships in the South. And so what happened was he did better in 2020, talking about Bernie Sanders, with the Latinos in Las Vegas, but came to the South and got his ass whooped by black voters because he forgot what everybody else always forget, that black people are the heart of the Democratic Party voters in the South for primaries, and specifically older black voters. So James Clyburn allowed people and try to do these interviews about him being a kingmaker when he know damn well he ain't responsible. He can't even get the black men in his district to turn out for him. I told y'all there's 40,000 black men in his district that ain't never voted for him. But he rolled that lie. And see, for me, that's the problem. Because a person with integrity would have been like, oh, I ain't had nothing to do with that. They would have told the truth. Biden won the South because Biden was always going to win the South, because there was no relationship to Bernie. And black people are not into some new old white man screaming at them all the time. Because Bernie talked like he's screaming. Fuck out of here. We ain't in the mood for a new old white man screaming at us. At least the other one smelled like Barack Obama. And people were good with that. And that's what happened. And that's how Biden carried the South. So when James Clyburn came back and said, we let the Democratic Party down, what he should have said was, Biden let black voters down, because he came to Georgia and said, if y'all give me 2 senators, a tall task for a southern state, but black people did it, gave him 2 senators. He said, I swear on my dad's name that I'll make y'all a priority. Then he got in the White House and didn't make us a fucking priority. They didn't even talk about the John Lewis Voting Rights Act until it was midterm time. So you made us a political football in the time when it was a damn midterm, and black people paid attention. And like I said, the rollout of other shit like ARPA and BEAD money and Justice 40 program, that shit was slow rollout, so people didn't feel it. So people felt like you sold them out. People who had never participated felt like you played in their face, coming to their state, telling them you swear on your father's name. Because black people don't need you to win. They just need you to fight like you say you're going to fight. If you go fight for black people and you lose, motherfuckers still going to fuck with you. Yo, you did what you said you was going to do. It's more than you lying to me and using me as a political football. So what happened was you got paid back in 2024 with 6 million people who voted for you sitting out in 2024. Because you and Kamala, just like he had the Obama stench or smell or cologne, Kamala had the Biden stench or smell or cologne. And that's the fact. So Clyburn talking about we let somebody down is the dumbest shit ever. Black people vote together more than anybody, not just in this country, in the world. There's no other demographic to vote like we do. Black men and black women. That is a collective that says that beyond where we are in life and what we got going on, overwhelmingly we see the need of community. That is not represented in anybody else in this country or anywhere. Anywhere where black people, the way the black men and black women vote together. So to ask or to say that black people let Kamala down is to say that you have expectations of black people that are beyond out of this world. And that's disgusting. Oh, 2028 nominee. I don't know. I don't even know if we've seen him. Yeah, I know I could about tell you who's going to throw that hat in the ring. I could tell you that already. Andy Beshear, California, Newsom, AOC is probably going to throw it in there. Both of the senators from, if Ossoff wins, both of the senators from Georgia are probably going to run. Yeah, man, it's going to be a crowded space. I don't even know if Bernie arrogant ass might run again. Then it'll be a couple outsiders too. So I think it's going to be a crowded race. Oh, of course, I'm sorry. Kamala's going to run again. Probably Pete Buttigieg is going to run. Oh, he don't want to find out if Bashir don't want to find out if McConnell's alive. He just want to keep using it as a political football. Yeah, it's not exciting. I wish Elizabeth Warren was up to it. Yeah, I think what we need to do though is we need a Nina Turner to put her name in the race just in the primary, just to push their ass left or scare the shit out of them or win. The party can't stomach Nina because she can't be bought. The party can't stomach Nina because she can't be bought. And that's creepy to them. Can you imagine a ticket with Nina Turner? Unmatched. They would never. But I think, listen, here I also say that, we still got next Congress. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot Booker. He's gonna run again. But I think we still got next cycle. Next Congress is gonna introduce some more people. Something's gonna happen, and somebody's gonna challenge Trump, and they're gonna think that's their cue to run. Yeah, Nina's family. It's all love over here for Nina. Yeah, man. I mean, I wish those people at the gate weren't so busy trying to lock it on the people whose back they rode in on. So instead of being gatekeepers, I wish they had screwdrivers taking the screws out of it so the motherfucker fall apart. But we don't have people like that. I think if we flood the gate with progressives, man, we have an opportunity to do something that none of these consultants can stop. That's a fact. He need that beard. Yeah, man. The politics is crazy right now, and I'm seeing shit that's scary. I'm seeing people making space already. to try to win white male voters. And people might say, "Oh, that's a great idea." Is it? You're talking about a demographic that left because they let black people vote or be a part of the party, and they've not been back since. So at what expense, or how are you going to win them back? By sacrificing somebody? Because we know white men had this, they feel like they've been done wrong, made invisible. And I think when you think about it, when people who have never had to give up anything are required to give up something to make people feel equitable, it feels like oppression to them. And I think that's what white men are feeling right now. People are no longer sitting idle. Of course, we're not talking about all white men. Of course not. That's not the case. That's not what we're talking about here. That's not what we're talking about here. We are talking about the vast majority of them who always vote for Republicans. That so-called pull yourself up by the bootstrap party. Even though they keep giving away all of the government. People, for a party that hates government handouts, they damn sure ain't got no problem with Elon Musk company with one client. SpaceX got one client. It's the United States government. We literally took technology that we created, did away with NASA, and then just gave all the money from NASA to Elon Musk. Why don't we just fire his ass and bring NASA back and put all those engineers back to work for the government? How you get rich and your only client is the United States government? Of course, they got some other phone contracts, whatever, but that money came from the United States government. He didn't create Tesla. He didn't create PayPal. You just stole this shit with your dad's stolen mine money. If y'all didn't know that, Elon Musk came over here, him and his brother, illegally. They overstayed. They were illegal when they got a government contract. Did y'all know that? They were illegal. Since they want to use that language, I don't believe people can be illegal. I was just proving a point how stupid these people are. Yeah, they came over here and overstayed, got a government contract using their positioning themselves with shit that came from their dad's mine in South Africa. Exploitive. And here we are, this many years later. You know, I think maybe we should start doing like trainings and let people know how easy it is to run for office at the local level and beat people. If we have a campaigns, we start finding out who in our network want to run for office, and then we just start going down that motherfucker and just knocking on doors and making sure they win, talking to people about what it means, get people elected. I said the other night, we need to change our requirement for our vote. Our vote says that it should, in order to get our vote, you need to commit. We ain't talking about a purity test, but we're talking about a purity test. You can't sell people the fuck out. You can't take AIPAC money. You can't take AIPAC and any other disgusting pack like that money. You can't sell people out. You can't go along with some shit that's anti-trans. You can't go along with shit that's anti-black. You can't go along with shit that's anti-immigrant. You can't go along with shit that's anti-women. You can't do it. And that if that tent fits big, if that's a big tent, then make me a part of it. Skylar, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I I think that's part of it. I think that's part of it. And I think we shouldn't even separate the two, right? We should really make people believe and understand that, you know, um, running for office is horrendous, and the establishment and media really goes after people. But the thing about it is, we shouldn't even say and, because the establishment is the media. I think those two work hand in hand, and they act as if they are co-equal. And I feel like it's if you see how this shit is ran, you see Morning Joe with the bullshit, and then as soon as Trump win, they try to normalize relationships until he won't give them the access they want, and then they start back talking shit about him. So yeah, I mean, I think it is a hard road, but what we can't do is we can't allow the establishment to remain established. We have to start unwiring their ass, because I think that's the only way that we get closer to equity. And the we I'm talking about is everybody that's oppressed, especially, specifically black folk, but everybody. What? Your words didn't show up, Skylar? Damn this thing to hell. Yeah. I don't I'm gonna work on that. Y'all know I'm over here producing and also like trying to talk. So this is I'm supposed to be learning how to like bring up other people's video and shit and all that other shit. Uh, you know, I'll get to it. But I yes, Scalber is still a Republican at heart, and people need to remember that. He looks like a thumb is crazy work. She said that motherfucker looked like good job. She said he looked like a thumb. Good job. I'm getting loopy. Uh but yeah, I don't trust him either. Also, if you catch him, the way he talks over his wife and like it comes off as a bit rude, like a little bit. It's like, damn man, you just cut her off and just go do stupid shit or talk about stupid shit. At least she got like a real journalistic background, and she ain't just white privilege sitting up there. Um, yeah, man, I crave um good news shows. So my wife is like, dude, do you look, you find news everywhere? Like, we'll be on vacation in another country, and I'll be like looking at their news with the script with the subscripts in English, and she's like, what the fuck do you got to do with the streets in whatever city and whatever country we're in? It's just like, I just want to see what people are talking about and how. Wow. That's a good question. Richardson asks, what is the best independent black media to consume? Me. No, I'm just joking. I mean, but seriously. Yeah, man, I think that's a great question. If we're talking about from a progressive standpoint, that's hard right now. Uh, I don't know. If we're talking about black progressive independent media, um, I'm biased to Ben. If we're just talking about if you want run of the mill, like if you can get past the party loyalty shit, uh, Roland Martin know a lot of shit about Black history. He know a lot of shit about Black history, but it's a lot of motherfucking party. It's a lot of party shit over there. I'm talking about like a lot of party shit, but he know a lot of shit about Black history. And I think as it pertains to if we're being honest, he has the largest ability to reach Black people, and he is completely owned by himself. Like he owns his shit. And nobody's like behind the scene pushing his shit. Yeah, I've actually went back to Like It or Not is good. Like It or Not, huh? Like It or Not. I actually went back to reading more. Like and not even reading no new shit, just reading old shit to remind me that none of this shit is new. Right now I'm rereading Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It's a heavy read, but I think if people have not read it, it'll blow your fucking mind. And this is the third or fourth time I've read it, and it's still equally important. But I think it's good that you're looking for black media sources. I sometimes see like clips from people and they say powerful shit, and I'm like, wow, that's dope as fuck. But I think the democratizing of information through social media and algorithms has changed how I consume. Instead of consuming one news show, I'm scrolling and somebody will say something that's important, and then I'll either repost it and keep going. But I don't consume complete shows anymore. Like I said, it's somebody will say something and I'll be like, okay, that's dope. I need to check him out. They said there's a channel called Why I Hate Politics, and he's pretty dope. According to Skylar, she's a trusted source. So I definitely is it on YouTube? Where is it? I'm definitely gonna check that out. Yeah, if you all know some sources that I should be looking at, I'm definitely open to that. I talked to this young brother. I let this young brother interview me. It's like Pan on Politics or something like that. His name is Pan on Politics. I like him. He's a young man. He's a young brother who is on fire. He's green, but he's also not bought into the narrative about like party loyalists. He's not a Republican or one of those people that's going to be easily duped into taking the red pill type shit. But he's also not out here not asking questions. And I like when people are firm in their beliefs but still got questions. So yeah. Yeah, so it's a YouTube channel called Why I Hate Politics. I'm definitely gonna check that out. Um, yeah, I mean I'm literally, like I said, I've been I don't know if y'all know it. I'm also the mayor of a I'm a whole elected mayor, so I'm doing that. Plus, I'm also doing trying to do some clean energy work around the town through a nonprofit we formed called Enfield Energy's Future, and we're in the process of trying to build the first geothermal network in the southeast, we'll be the first utility-owned geothermal project in the southeast, which is huge because while we're not trying to produce energy out of the geothermal network, what we are trying to do is lessen our people's burden. So we're going to use the constant temperature of Earth, like 100 or so feet down, to heat and cool people. And don't ask me how it works because the engineers from Duke University and some people from Farmington, Massachusetts are doing that. So what we're trying to do is just lessen our burden because our people are paying way too much of their limited resources on electric bills. It's like 13% of their resources are being paid to electric bill, and that is oppressive. Anything over 6% is considered a burden, but 13% is definitely that. Yeah, you definitely do. I'm like 4 hours and 15 minutes from you, bro. Pull up. So yeah, so I'm working on that. Also working on figuring out we are in a unique position in our town because we own our own utility grid. And that gives us the ability to not have to worry about what the fucking utility commissions and Duke Energy try to tell us to do. And also, we're trying to get this 11 acres. If we had this 11-acre solar farm, we could power our entire grid, and then, possibly eliminate the utility bill from our people completely. So that's the type of shit we're on. I'm trying to get people free. We're also in the process of working with this master class students to help us figure out how we can build I'm gonna say it. How we can build a co-op where the residents of my city own the business and also work there, and we build solar street lights for other cities. So trying to create ownership in my people. In North Carolina, towns are not allowed to own internet. In like 2012, the lobbyists convinced the state legislature to make sure that no municipality that hadn't already purchased theirs could purchase and own a internet. You can't even spend private dollars on buying internet, like your own internet provider or being your own internet provider. They won't allow it. Courtesy of North Carolina. It's what happens when money is in politics. Isn't it? Mine's just dropped it casually. Isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, North Carolina, like that's why there's a couple towns in North Carolina. I think Wilson is one of those towns. Oh wow. Yo, did I pause? I think, yeah, they try to stop my stream, bro. They try to stop my stream. We ain't about to do that. We're on a marathon over here. Yeah, they mess up everything, but they mess it up so it's beneficial to them. Because imagine if because we're in a small town, and because we're in a small town, large providers like Verizon and AT&T, those people aren't, and other providers, they're not interested in coming to our area because we are rural and there's not a lot of customers per square mile. So some parts of my town, people are still using Hughes internet, like the HughesNet, the satellite. That shit's slow as hell. So if my people are trying to work remotely, even if they got the interview and they aced it, when it gets time to test the speed of the internet, they're gonna be like, "Oh no, you can't work here because your shit too slow." So they forcing like rural towns to not exist, or to exist where people continue to leave because they can't even stay home and work remotely like they can in the city or somewhere. So they handicap us in that manner and then expect us to compete. And it's just the lack of forethought at the expense of profit over people, especially when we know rural hospitals are closing at the rates that they are. And we can easily use telehealth if people had adequate internet so they can see doctors at their home and not have to use emergency rooms that are 45 minutes and 50 minutes away as their primary care. Yeah, so, that's the shit that they got going on in this world. Yeah, it ain't it. I never even heard of it till I moved back home, and I was just like, yo, you got to be kidding me. It's literally like a waste of it should be illegal to sell HughesNet to anybody. It's slower than dial up. I mean, you might as well just have dial up at that point. What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Talk to me. Oh yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, yeah, listen. We are in the process, man. We're trying to figure out how we create microgrids, like even the mobile ones where people can have a carport and pay for it like it's like it's an appliance. So like instead of having a carport that's part of your house or nailed to the ground, have it on wheels. So if you move, then you could take it with you, and you plug that motherfucker into your house, and it's got solar panels on it, so you can take yourself off the grid a little bit. We have some rural health hubs, but we don't have hospitals, and we don't have a doctor in town every day. We have a doctor that comes, I think once a week, and that's what and then the ambulance, the y'all ain't gonna believe this shit if I tell y'all. The white people in our town owns the fire department and the ambulance, the EMS, not the town. So it says Enfield Fire Department, and they ain't even in Enfield. They on the outskirts of Enfield, and it's owned by them. Because my people weren't prepared for this. And if you look at the Enfield Fire Department charter, it says that black people couldn't even be firefighters. They wouldn't even allow it in their charter. You want to know something that's crazy? The fire chief, the guy who used to be the fire chief, whose family is one of the owners of it, is the town planner. His granddad was the owner of the farm where my granddad was a sharecropper. Him and his brothers, him and his uncles used to shoot and chase my dad and them because they were the clans member. Check this out. Take it a step further. They when we were a sundown town, meaning black people had to be in at a certain time. That certain time, they were made aware of that time by the fire whistle. They had a fire whistle that used to go off. And when that whistle went off, you need to get out of town and get back to the safe space, which was Black Bottom. Well, that fire whistle got sold at some point in time in history. Do you know this fire department that's privately owned went back and found the person who bought that fire whistle and got it back? And now that same whistle that used to tell black people it's time to get out of town goes off every day in our town because they put it back up and they use it as the fire whistle in a town that's 90% black. Do you understand why I tore down that fucking Confederate monument? Do you know this history is real? Do you know that the first place to sign a document to be free from the British Empire was in Halifax? It was called the Halifax Resolve in the county right where I'm from. So what those white people think that they the only people that want to be free? They think we don't have desires to be free too. Do you know it was 2 stops in my little bitty county? It was 2 stops on the Underground Railroad. My little bitty town has had a Supreme Court case twice about our education system, challenging, saying that our kids deserve a fully paid for education by the state. And then the Supreme Court ruled on our side, saying that the state was not giving us a properly funded education. That fighting spirit exists, and my people, the majority of my people don't know about it or won't talk about it. Because they also are suffering. 2 generations. I tell people all the time, my granddad, who I knew, I was alive when he passed, my dad's dad, Nelson Kimber is his name. uh, was born while Harriet Tubman was still alive. So they want you to think that, the shit called slavery was ancient history. But it wasn't. It was not. My dad got a first felony for hitting the man who owned that farm where his dad worked at because that man touched him. That felony plagued us our entire life. Super poor. Because of that felony. And because of racist systems associated with it. My uncle, my dad's brother, first felony. Taken up for himself. Same farm, same white family. Every year, my granddad was in debt after farming all year, paying for, the guy tricking, lying about the books. Y'all broke a hole or used this much fertilizer. Mind you, this his crop, but he charging my people for the shit that they had to grow. So at the end of the year, my people are in debt or made pennies. My dad, born 1949, third grade education because his dad couldn't afford to lose the farm, so he needed those hands. I see how America breaks strong black men. It is a slow process to make a person believe that they are not worthy, but it is a process that works. My dad still, we go into Lowe's, Home Improvement, or somewhere. I had to scream at him sometimes. Be young boys, white boys younger than me, and he'd be like, "Yes, sir." I'm like, "Don't fucking call him sir. He ain't call you sir. Don't call him fucking sir." Don't call him sir. Not around me. Y'all, some of y'all might not know about BB&T. It's Truist Bank now. That money came from the money that started that bank, Truist Bank, which was BB&T, is from the Branch family. Those plantations that got them that money were plantations that were in Enfield. The guy who started the bank, his dad had 3 plantations in Enfield. When I became mayor, the first thing I did was I called the headquarters of BB&T, or Truist at the time, and told them, "You guys owed us a few million, probably every year, because there's no BB&T without the stolen labor of black people in Enfield. So the least you can do for a billion-dollar industry, a multi-billion-dollar bank, is to run that." 5-6 years later, I ain't heard back from him. These are the same people that expect my dad to call them sir. And I try to remind my dad, I don't disrespect like your life and your experiences. But there's no time when you're going to be around me and feel like you need to yes sir these people. When they got everything they did through illegal actions, and it may not have been illegal by the state or the federal government law, but by human law, slavery and exploitation will always be illegal. So when people say, oh, well, you know, these people were just acting like the times that they lived in, the time they lived in didn't have a moral fucking compass. You didn't have a compass. You didn't know that you shouldn't have owned and whipped people. You didn't know it was problematic to separate mothers from their kids, husbands from their wives, brothers from their sisters. You didn't know that? You mean the all superior white race didn't know that it was problematic to rape people, impregnate them, and then kill the kids because you didn't want your spouse to know? Or white women have sex with black men and then have them killed because you didn't want your people to know? Yeah, I think when we sit silent on the oppression of anybody or the otherizing of anybody, we open the door for what was America's chattel slavery all over again. And we might not think it, we might not connect it, but in my heart, I feel it that's true. I feel like it's true. And political actors who fucking get in power and play passive because of their proximity to whiteness are dangerous. And they're also avenues back to slavery. Maybe not the way it was, but a form where people are not whole citizens. And what the fuck is the point of being a citizen when you can't be an entire citizen? Everybody worried about being liked or canceled. But if you're not being canceled or attacked by Donald Trump's administration, then, or someone who thinks like him, then you're probably not doing enough in this moment. You're probably not doing enough in this moment. Sharon, what's up from Ireland? What's up? Shout out to my Irish people who understand that oppression is a nasty motherfucking thing. Shout out to my Irish people who understand. Yeah, we sit idle at the expense of anybody. I'm saying if we do sit idle at the expense of anybody, if we let people become victims of oppression in any form, then we're also actors of it. We're playing in that game. We have a role to play. You can be racist or anti-racist. That's it. Those are the two positions you can be. You can be racist or anti-racist. That's all. There ain't no other positions. You can be racist or anti-racist. And I think every time It's put in front, and you could take that is you could put anything on front of that ism, and it's the same thing. You could be bigoted or anti-bigoted. You could be pro-woman or you could be anti-woman. You can't sit around and watch and watch people say and do things that are harmful to people that are oppressed in spaces that are the majority spaces, and not have a visceral feeling for it. And if you don't have a visceral feeling for it, then you are part of the problem. And I think that's what's going on. And I think this is another reason they attack experts, and they let people who are not grounded in people, you hear me? People who are not grounded in people, they allow these folk to be spokesmen because those people are chasing dollars. And if they can convince you that dollars are the only thing people care about and not race, they can continue to oppress people. And not womanism, they can continue to oppress women. If they convince you that LGBTQI issues shouldn't be talked about, then they can continue to oppress LGBTQI people or immigrant people. The otherization is the devil. That's why earlier on, about 4 hours ago, I said the Antichrist does not have to be a biblical thing. The Antichrist can be all of what we got going on. In our government, in Trump. I mean, I really think Trump is the real in the real Antichrist. In real life. Like, come on, guys. I mean, first of all, he has a Cheeto orange tan that is unnatural. And we got to be honest about that. Right? Can we be honest about that? My screen is going crazy over here. I think this live is like, what the hell you got going on? I mean, the Antichrist as if we take what the biblical definition of it is and then put it beside Trump, you tell me if I'm wrong. Like, he demands loyalty, he's boastful and self-exalting, deceptive, and he seeks admiration from followers. Right? They got a whole movement called MAGA. They got songs to him. He used religion while he behaves contrary to what Christ said. This is what I'm telling you. That is the biblical definition of Antichrist. And you tell me that ain't the Donald Trump. Tell me that ain't the Donald Trump. How is that not Donald Trump? Think about that. And narcissist is a fucking fact. Sharon, it's a fucking fact. I think so here's what I would say. I would even classify that, Richardson. I would classify that. I think Trump is who whiteness really is. Not so and I think, and this is what I always tell people, whiteness is the belief that white people are superior. Whiteness is the belief that white people are superior. And I think Trump is not new to that ideology, even though he himself is an idiot. Well, he might not believe he's an idiot, but he is an idiot. But Donald Trump's dad was arrested at a Klan rally in the 30s. Right? So this is not something he's new to. The idea of hating people of color is not something that he has a long documented history of that. So I'm more concerned with that with Donald Trump, because I feel like Donald Trump is in love with power. He's drunk off power. What I'm saying is, how did someone who embodies everything that Southern white folk hate convince them against their Jesus? Their Jesus is everything Donald Trump isn't. They're Jesus. These so-called conservatives who anti-abortion, anti everything, LGBTQI, anti-integration, all of that. Anti-divorce, anti-women having the right to say anything, anti-women having the right to preach, all of that. How did that get co-opted into tricking them to vote for them? How? And when we ask that how, we have to be honest about ourselves and say that it was never a trick. There was no magic on Donald Trump's side. Donald Trump simply employed a strategy that they have already been used to. The Southern strategy. The Southern strategy that Nixon did, the Southern strategy that Ronald Reagan employed. It is the same strategy that's been ran. It's just being ran with different words and different strategies. Yeah, listen. I listen. But John said there's been many. John said there's been many antichrists. So it don't have to be one. God complex. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, you said you said that they chose Trump in response to Barack Obama. We know that every time that there's black progress, there's always white backlash. This is not new. When we saw the end of slavery was the time where we elected more black people than ever in this country. And not since then. I don't know if people know that. Right after slavery, we elected more black people than ever before. Right? And in some cases, we've not elected some black people in some roles since then. Right? And I think people forget that. But the backlash was the Klan, the lynching, the poll tax. Right? The backlash was the counting or the grandfather clause, or counting jelly beans, or counting grains of sugar in order to vote, or being able to read the Constitution at some white woman's kitchen table. Black code. All of that happened in response to black progress. The next time black people progress, or right around the same time, Wilmington, 1898, we talked about that last night, where we saw them do a coup in America. We watched them destroy all of the black communities that black people say, okay, if you want us isolated and segregated, we'll just build our own. They still didn't like that, so they took that. Then we got the Civil Rights Act in the 60s. And what was the backlash to that? Ronald Reagan. And the mass incarceration and the war on drugs became a war on us. Their war on drugs became a war on us. So yeah, when Barack Obama was elected, there was a natural backlash. There's a backlash every time black people move forward in this country. The difference though is in this one, we see a dismantling of systems in a way that I think is unique to the backlash, except for the first one, when they were burning black communities, where they were killing black people for not letting go of power, right? Because think about it, let me say it a different way so people can hear me. In all of the documenting of lynchings, right? If you think about how many black people were lynched, what is it, about 3,000? Right? And that was over what, 100 years or so, or not 100 quite, but over when they was tracking it from the end of slavery to the 60s, I think it's like 3,000 or something, over 3,000. Very close to that number. And then if you go to the 50s, okay, if you go to the 50s, Tuskegee Institute says 3,400. EJI says 4,400. But listen to this. That's from 1877 to 1950. 4,400. If you look at 2016, Trump comes on the scene, to December 31st, 2023, when Washington Post stopped counting the number of cops killing people. More than 3,000 black people were killed, mostly black men. The lynching ain't stopped. so the only reason I point that out is because when we say backlash, I don't want people to think that there was a time where we were not under attack. There was never a time where we weren't under attack. It was either the mass incarceration, the stop and frisk that led to the mass incarceration, the Ronald Reagan. Listen to me. The president of the United States illegally took tax dollars and bought drugs from South America and sent arms to South America and took those drugs and sold them to the black community. Got people addicted to crack and locked up the people that sold the drugs. Mind you, this is the same president who came up with the idea of the welfare queen. He's so racist. People don't know this about Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a Democrat until they allowed black people to be seated at the party in the 60s. People didn't know that. Ronald Reagan was a Democrat until they allowed black people to be seated. And to show you how racist he was, he wanted people to know. He wanted people to know how racist he was. He launched his first presidential campaign in Philadelphia, Mississippi, where they killed black people for trying to vote. Stay Woke was originally Stay Woke. Wait, some stuff going on about woke. Let's see. Stay Woke was it did have something to do with lynching, but it also had a broader meaning. Stay Woke was actually really kind of popularized as a thought by Marcus Garvey. So even before like Jim Crow, Stay Woke was around since Marcus Garvey, and it definitely meant to not be aware of your surroundings and be black is to be dead. Don't be naive. Make sure you understand where you are and what's going on. So yeah, this Stay Woke, when you hear this president, when these people say they're anti-woke, make sure you're paying attention to that. First of all, what kind of strategy are you running when you are anti-woke? Anti-woke. You have to be anti-woke because any black person that's aware, what James Baldwin said, to be black in the United States and to be conscious, to understand what's going on, is to be in a constant state of rage, to be on fire. To be on fire. Said a different way, to truly understand what Christianity should be, you have to understand what Howard Thurman said about theology must be the balm for the oppressed. It must be the language that ensures oppressed people that justice is part of their life. A step further, James Cone said, you cannot understand Jesus and the cross if you do not understand the lynching tree. It is impossible for you to understand Jesus and the cross if you do not understand the lynching tree. An unjust murdering of a people, an extrajudicial killing of people because a system can. There's no justice in your religion if you don't understand the lynching of black people. And that is the physical and proverbial lynching that black people still continue to suffer at the hands of American system. Yeah, I woke one and woke two is language I better not ever hear somebody say in my presence, because that shit is gonna get you cursed out everywhere. Peace and blessings, Sharon. Thank you for joining. I know it's early morning over there. We've been going since probably about 11:30 here. It's 4:22 in the morning on the East Coast. But enjoy your day. I bet it's beautiful. Enjoy the islands. Um, yeah, man. I think when did I realize I was black? It's a good question. See, I grew up in an interesting space, because even though I'm 47, um, like I said, the white people when I was growing up were extremely clear about what black was and what white was. And what I mean by that is, this little district, this little county I'm from, had three school districts because white people started forming their own schools, to keep their kids away from black kids. Enfield Academy wasn't even in Halifax County. It wasn't even in Enfield. It was in another county over. But they took the dollars for their kids to pay for that school. And I think I was probably in first or second grade the first time I saw a Klan march, through the middle of Black Bottom. Black Bottom is the part of town that was the safe space for black people when segregation was a thing in the town. When it was a sundown town, it was where black people had to be. So on a Tuesday in elementary school, on a school bus, the Klan was marching. So early on I knew, and I don't even know if I'm certain I probably knew something about blackness before then, but that's my earliest memory, I think, of realizing that, oh, nigger means me to these people. Yep. Right down the middle of town, on one side protected by the sheriff, on the other side protected by state troopers. And as a kid, you don't know why police officers are protecting people so hateful. But as an adult, of course, you understand First Amendment, but you also understand, you're forced to understand what these systems mean, and how ironic that North Carolina has some of the oldest police departments in this country. And those police departments transformed from slave patrols, slave catchers. And if you know the history of slave catchers, these people would snatch black people, not those who only ran away from plantations, but any that they felt they wanted to snatch them. Even free black people get snatched by slave catchers. And if you consider that with how police officers act now, just snatching black bodies because they can or because they want to, or how ICE is just snatching people because they can or because they want to, and now they're about to get gloves that they can put on and send a shock to people. It's absolutely bananas, but it's also full circle, and it's also as American as apple pie and baseball. And that's crazy. And we are obligated to admit that shit in real life. In real life. Yeah, I can't nobody ever tell me, Wait, a policeman just beat up a black girl on camera a few days ago. Ain't shit changed. Ain't shit ever going. Listen, people forget. People say the Black Panther. That's why I try to tell people we should say their entire name when we say their name. That party was the Black Panther Party for self-defense. Self-defense against who? The Black Panthers Party formed to stop all those illegal beatings by police officers of black people. So that what they would do is initially is they would police the police. People forget that. They've been beating us since they've been a thing. Since they've been a thing. I mean, and this country allows it. The officer who killed Tamir Rice was allowed to go apply for a job in a different police department. Reagan definitely passed the Mumford Act when the Panthers. That's what people don't know about the Panthers. After the first year of the Panthers being an organization. So if y'all don't know, Straw Hat Rain I think on YouTube said made Reagan pass gun laws. Black Panthers definitely made Reagan pass gun law because he was the governor of California at the time. And when one time he was at the Capitol building, the Black Panthers walked up in there with shotguns. And they passed laws like damn near immediately. The Mumford Act is what it was called. And they passed and said, none of that. No more walking around freely with those motherfuckers. And so what people don't even know, like these so-called right-wing, gun-loving, Second Amendment people pass laws against black people having gun ownership. Wait, did you say the police threw old cooking oil from restaurants on sleeping homeless people? Bruh. That entire police department needs to be, well, first of all, we know what Gastonia is. We know what Gastonia is, what it's always been. And I ain't just talking about home to Jodeci or none of that. I'm talking about their real history down there. All of that area, really. 10th Congressional District, all of that. Patrick McHenry Old District, all them motherfuckers down there. Super duper racist. Super duper racist. That's where I got my felony conviction at. In Hickory, down there in Hickory. My brother, 2 white boys called my brother nigger and he shot them. I gave him a ride away from the scene. They gave me a accessory after the fact with intent to kill. I took that felony conviction with pride and I still talk about it to this day. And I tell them, anybody that asks, I would definitely pick my brother up. I would definitely pick my brother up every time and give him a ride away from the scene. Also, tell grown people don't call young men niggers. Or anybody. Period. 2 grown white men got mad because they couldn't beat him. One of them spit on him, called him a nigger, and thought it was just going to be a game. They picked the wrong 17-year-old that night. I went and picked him up for sure and gave him a ride. For sure. Would do it again. Would do it again. Would do it again. And it's not because I condone violence, but it's because I don't condone violence. And like I said early on in this live, free speech is a thing, but there's also repercussions to free speech. So use it accordingly. Also, if you touch people and if you spit on me, I already told you early on in this live, you cannot judge my response to your bullshit. You can, it ain't gonna help you. So yeah. I don't think anybody should operate with impunity. I think this idea of qualified immunity or any immunity should be bullshit. You should go away. You should definitely be, taxpayers shouldn't be on the hook for bad actors. You can have insurance on police officers, just like everybody else has. Just like everybody else has insurance on their employees. But the idea that they get impunity is crazy to me. Qualified immunity is bullshit. Any immunity is bullshit. You give people the right to say, well, I can't be held personally accountable, so I can shoot you in the head, or I can shoot you. I can jump on your car and shoot 100 fucking bullets. I can reload and reload and reload and unload and unload and unload and reload. And it's happened. Yeah, they're actually fundraising off of like how racist you can be. You see these people doing despicable shit, then getting paid. People fundraising for them. Well, yeah, the first step that would be insurance would be a good first step. It says, the statement says, is that Markasi? Said insurance would be a good first step because that would rapidly become uninsurable. Talking about the cops would be uninsurable quick as fuck. That is a fact. They'd be a huge risk. But the first step to me is defund the police, man. People believe that we always had police. We have not. We have not. The first police were people hired like security guards, basically, by businesses to protect their businesses. North Carolina's constitution now mandates that we have prisons or jails. That was after they came back into the union, after they separated, because they were passing black codes. Before that, there were no mandate to have jails and prisons in our state. Matter of fact, there were no prisons in North Carolina during slavery. Go figure. But after they came back into the union and they rewrote the Constitution, they made it mandatory. That's why we have jails in damn near every county, if not all counties, and not to mention a ton of fucking prisons. And all I gotta say is, if we've had cops this long and crime is still here, they're not really a deterrent. Maybe we should try something different. Maybe we should police differently. Japan has a completely different culture. Cops don't even carry guns. Crime rate way lower than ours. They have a different culture. You can own a gun in some parts of Europe, like in, I think, Switzerland. But you don't get to keep it at home. Some people, like, they got like these kind of, it would be like a neighborhood armory. Your shit get locked up. I definitely remember that. Definitely remember that. Tucker, definitely remember, man was handcuffed and got shot in the mouth, and they definitely, no one was definitely charged with that. In Durham. What they're betting on, what they're counting on, is that we will not. Remember. Is that we will not fight. I feel like sometimes they're attacking from so many different ways because they want to overload the system. They want us burnt out. Completely drained without the ability to fight back. That only happens when some of us tap out. That only happens when some of us tap out. When we give up, when we sacrifice what we can do in this motherfucking fight. When we can show up We could show up. Listen. I tell people all the time, if we got a police problem, in most cases you got a mayor or a city council problem, because those are the people that hire your police chief. So if you got a problem with your police department, and it's a constant problem, unelect the city council and get you a city councilman that's going to say, hey, I'm down with defunding the police, doing something else with those resources. One of them might not be enough. So win a couple seats, and people will start saying like, holy shit, this group of people are not playing about police reform. We need to do something. Yep. In real life. We can win elections and become a silent majority real quick. It's more of us than it is of them. And the them I'm talking about is racism or folk who operate in isms. And I'm not naive. That is not to say that we won't have work to convince people, because people are tired of politics. They've not bought into the idea that change can come from there. Or rather than they need pay in other ways for their crimes, maybe we become more proactive to prevent them crimes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not naive to believe that we would have a society with no crimes, but there's definitely some shit we can do to cut back on a lot of it. For instance, take so many guns out of society. Why is it so easy to get a gun in this country? It's easier to get a gun than a house. It's easier to get a gun than it is a house. I don't think that should be the case. It should be easier to find somewhere to sleep, safe and comfortable, than it is to get a gun. That's just how I believe. I think it should be easier to get a meal than it is a gun. It should be easier to get a job than it is to get a gun. I'm no expert, but I think that makes a whole lot of sense. I'm no expert, but I believe if it was easier to get healthcare than it was a gun, shit would be different. We just watched Mangione plead guilty out loud with his chest out, and said, I knew exactly what I was doing. I shot him. I knew what was going to happen. And he gave a reason. And the reason was his exploitive system. I'm not saying that reason gives you right to kill anybody. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is, what happens when those systems don't exist, where you can make money off of people dying? You can make money off health care. You can make money off of procedures that can keep someone alive. You make money off of medicine that will save someone's life. What world do we live in where that's cool? Whether you live or die can sometimes be dependent on where you work at. What? Whether you live or die can sometimes be dependent on where you work. What? What we used to say in the old days, who does that? For real, who does that? I'll tell you. Out of the developed nations, America. Guess what? Cuba, a country that we complain is so poor, we talk about so bad. Cuba has had universal health care since 1971. Cubans have longer life expectancy than black men in America. Cubans are not dying from some of the diseases that we are. Cubans aren't getting arms and legs cut off from diabetes. Cubans created the cure for some of the cancers that we didn't. Cuban doctors created the medicine that allows for mothers with AIDS to have vaginal birth without passing it to their kids. Cuban doctors are overrepresented in Doctors Without Borders. We buy into this idea that things are the way they should be because we've been told they have to be this way. Cuba, some of the best doctors in the world, offered to send doctors for free to help in New Orleans when Katrina happened. Your government said no. Gaddafi in 1996 offered $1 billion to help black people politically and economically. Your government said no. Cuba offers free medical school for Black American students and Jamaicans. In real life. Yet no one is readily telling you this because it doesn't fit the narrative that someone can go to school and become a doctor for free. It doesn't fit the narrative that we should be providing these services without insurance companies. America's the only people that are, guys, Americans the only people that are going bankrupt because of healthcare. And we're not even getting the best outcomes. We're overpaying for CEOs' salaries and livelihoods and expensive life so they can own yachts that land helicopters on them. Those Cubans in Miami are white people. And I don't mean white people by the skin color. I mean those who are in love with whiteness. Those are the people who left when the revolution happened. Those are the ones who followed American business. The Bacardi family. People think Bacardi is a Puerto Rican rum. Bacardi is a Cuban family. They left Cuba with Americans. The Bacardi mansion is in downtown Havana. They left with American because of greed. And then America did what we did and what we do to Cuba to keep it where it is, to prevent it from having any access, much like France did to Haiti after Haiti won its freedom. My dear loving people, it is that time of the evening or morning now where I must bid you adieu. It has been wonderful. Thank you all. I've never, ever talked for 4 hours and 58 minutes straight. You all made it happen. You joined. You made it easy for me. You guys were interactive. Please tell somebody that Mundell is back. Peace and love y'all.
For all the folks outside, on Saturday we slide. Would you take my side? Could you be my guide? Mr. Robinson is bright. A vote for him is right. Would you be my